at least 2 minutes, I think.
In the hollow where the shadows fall, we gather round, we hear the call. Liquid fire from the mountain's hand burns like truth, but it tastes like sand. Oh, it sure feels right at the end of the day. Drink it up, let the story stay. The creek laughs low, the fire cracks loud. We lose ourselves in a moonlit crowd. The air so thick it hums and sings, a slow dance wrapped in unseen strings, clear as glass, but it bites like a snake, sharp and cold, every breath we take. Oh, the stars know our sins tonight. Set that burn till the world spins right. The creek laughs low, the fire cracks loud. We lose ourselves in a moonlit crowd. The mountain whispers secrets deep, the kind you tell.
Whoa.
Hello, Governor.
Hello, hello.
I just
I got my camera off because I'm eating supper.
Oh,
I'm going to
good.
turn my camera off while I eat.
Mine will be better in a minute, so you go ahead.
I'm gonna play.
I'll leave my
another thing
microphone on.
while you're eating because I
And-
keep forgetting to play the bloody thing, and I made it ages ago. So listen up. That's for you, Miss Brandy.
Okay.
Can you hear it? Can you hear it or not?
Yeah.
Yes.
We made it. Not gracefully, not quietly, but honestly, and that counts for something. This year didn't come with a soft landing. It came with nights we cried ourselves to sleep, mornings we got up anyway, and battles nobody clapped for. It took things from us, people, plans, parts of who we used to be, and still, here we are, breathing, standing scarred, but standing. If you're reading this, you survived a year that tried to break you. You carried grief, disappointment, fear, and exhaustion like bricks in your pockets, and you kept walking. That's not weakness. That's strength forged the old-fashioned way, through endurance. So here's to the ones who didn't have a great year but had a real one. The ones who kept going with shaking hands. The ones who learned that growth hurts, healing isn't pretty, and survival is a victory. New year, same heart but wiser, tougher, and harder to kill. We're not starting fresh. We're starting experienced. And that's powerful.
mean to make you cry.
Oh my goodness.
You're crying. Yeah.
I'm bawling. That was beautiful.
Yeah.
No camera on.
That was beautiful. I had to put my sandwich down.
Next to that,
I was going to choke on it. Yeah.
if ever you doubt yourself, Brandy, you listen to that.
Oh, thank you.
You're stronger than you know.
Oh, thank you.
You know where that came from, Ty, don't you?
No.
Brandy wrote it.
Did she? That's hers?
Yep.
Oh my goodness.
With her New Year's post.
Yeah, that's mine.
Oh, that's that. Oh my goodness. What a wonderful way to present it.
I know.
That's beautiful.
I think I should just
Oh
go
my
into makeup.
goodness.
I know. I've been meaning to play that for weeks and I keep fucking forgetting.
I love it. That was amazing.
But
Yes.
for
I'm
it,
sitting there like, you know.
it's I've saved it on the studio. So if you go into media assets and scroll right down to the bottom, background music, it's
Okay.
called You Made It. It's in there.
Thank you.
Cool.
Welcome.
That was amazing. Yeah. Oh, what a nice surprise. That was
I know, it's sweet. Thank you.
nice.
Uh-huh.
Okay. That's awesome, Jody.
That's all right. That's nothing. I didn't write it. I
mean, the way he just put that together and presented it in that way, like that was profound. That hit me right in my soul. You know what I mean? It made me hear the words in a different way than just reading it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it wasn't even like it was a big musical thing. Like I tried a few different versions that just didn't seem right singing it. It was better to be just
And the words, no wonder them words hit home so much, Brandy. No wonder that's playing on my soul strings.
They were for us, you know.
They were for us, yes. Like I felt it. It resonated. It resonated. That gave me chills. Oh my goodness. That was amazing. That was wonderful. What a cool thing to
You're a
do.
very clever lady.
That was so neat. Thank you.
Yeah. And Brandy, that was brilliant. I mean, like, yeah.
I like to write. I've always, you know, that. Every time you look, I'm writing something. So, kind of my little thing. So, I've been trying to express it a little more this year. So, I don't know.
Yeah. I love your writing. I love your articles about Appalachia.
Yeah.
You know, because I'm obsessed with it. I'm such a nerd. And history, like real history from the people, like the oral histories that my grandparents taught me. You know, like that's the shit that
Like
I
I
look for.
that one night. I was
Your Facebook posts, your articles and stuff that you write about it. Yes.
That's why I asked that one night. I was like, "Give me one," you know.
And you missed that one though. I don't know how I missed that. Like
I done the library, the pack or saddle pack.
Did you haven't seen it yet either? I haven't really done much work on Facebook for a minute. I've just got on there, post real quick, and reply to a comment or two, just enough to keep my page going. You know, keep it lively.
Yeah.
But I've not really got in and like scrolled or anything for a while. I probably need to do that.
Yeah, I've had fun with it. Or I'm having fun with it.
I put a couple of posts up on the Buy Me a Coffee, on my Buy Me a Coffee. A couple of blog posts about like granny witches.
Yeah. I've done, I think,
One
two
about granny witches
and
granny magic.
Yeah.
What's happening?
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Christine.
That was a disaster. Did you see that? Oh, now there's him missing somewhere. Okay. Y'all, can we hear it again? Wait a minute. Can we listen to Brandy's thing again at the end?
Of course you can. Do you want to play it again now? Or?
Okay. I want to play it again.
Play it again.
It was so good. Yeah, we can play it at the end, though.
Yeah.
Oh, we're going to do it again now.
We made it. Not gracefully, not quietly, but honestly, and that counts for something. This year didn't come with a soft landing. It came with nights we cried ourselves to sleep, mornings we got up anyway, and battles nobody clapped for. It took things from us, people, plans, parts of who we used to be, and still here we are, breathing, standing scarred but standing. If you're reading this, you survived a year that tried to break you. You carried grief, disappointment, fear, and exhaustion like bricks in your pockets, and you kept walking. That's not weakness. That's strength forged the old-fashioned way, through endurance. So here's to the ones who didn't have a great year but had a real one. The ones who kept going with shaking hands. The ones who learned that growth hurts, healing isn't pretty, and survival is a victory. New year, same heart but wiser, tougher, and harder to kill. We're not starting fresh. We're starting experienced. And that's powerful.
You know what we was talking about right before the show, Brandy? What that big epiphany that I just had?
Yeah.
We're starting from experience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like that.
I have to take Jack.
God. My eyes are leaking. You got my eyes leaking.
I think I have to disagree with the standing. Well, that's not happening.
Okay. We can let's get into this Candice Owens video. She's got some wild things to share here.
I'm kind of excited. I've been watching with the whole Charlie Kirk stuff, and
yeah, this one, like, it struck a chord for me because of the GATE program. You know,
yeah,
like,
yeah, we talked about the weird stuff.
So this, whenever I saw this, I was like, whoa, like, wow, I cannot believe this is going mainstream. Like it really, really is. And so it blew my mind.
Do you want to give
that it's being like acknowledged by other people, you know?
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to it. Brandy's not seen this one yet.
Yeah, I haven't.
Everyone a bit of an intro on who she is and what she stands for, type of thing.
Yeah, if y'all don't know who Candice Owens is, she's amazing. She's a podcaster, a truth teller, wasn't
that the Daily Wire or something?
And she's worked with Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was like her best friend. And whenever he was killed, she thought that something just wasn't right about his death. So she dug in. Like, that's, basically what she does anyway. She does investigative journalism. So she dug into like the murder of her best friend. And the things that she reveals in this episode are mind-blowing. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm ready whenever everybody else is.
Settle up, giddy up.
Never woken up to anything. That's my theory. Okay. It was all well and good until you guys tried to convince us that Fruit of the Loom never had.
She was talking about the Mandela effect.
All right, you guys. Happy Wednesday. I'd like to begin today's episode with a little bit of feedback.
Is that loud enough?
I can hear it.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
For the deep state, the deep globalized state. All you guys had to do was to keep the cornucopia. We may have even let you rule over us forever. We may have never woken up to anything. That's my theory. Okay. It was all well and good until you guys tried to convince us that Fruit of the Loom never had a cornucopia, right? There was one. We all know that. By the way, if you're watching this and you don't know that, I want nothing to do with you. You're in the wrong timeline. We are not in the same timeline.
Bye-bye.
Today is going to be a very interesting episode. Definitely philosophical,
You're not
meta.
from where I'm from.
Because I think I will ever get over the fact that Charlie Kirk knew that he was going to die young. And I am starting to believe that so did the agents that surrounded him throughout his entire life. Let's jump right back in. Welcome back to Candice.
Do you think that's unusual? That we have some kind of inkling of how long his life would be? I don't know.
Do what now?
Like, do you think that him thinking, like having some awareness of how long his lifespan is going to be, is it unusual? Because I don't.
No, I don't think it's unusual. There's a lot of people that they
Feel like
will
that.
tell you. Like when I have been told multiple times by multiple people, like I know I'm about to, like, this is it. This is,
I won't make it past my 30s.
This is when I'm going to die, and this is what's going to happen. And then I've seen it play out, and happen just the way they said it was. Like, I think that that's a phenomenon that's just part of the reality that we live in. That people have a premonition, that you have access. Some people. I don't think everybody does.
It's just
I think everybody can access like the astral and spirit, and you can connect to like these other entities and things and learn things. But I also think that what Candice is about to show is absolutely 100% possible. Not only possible, but plausible.
Yeah.
For many reasons.
Did you say you reckon you know how long you're going to live, Brandy?
Oh, no. I said I've had people tell me before, I won't make it past my 30s or, things like that. So
Yeah. I
kind of tumbled through life like I was indestructible. So I don't know.
Me too. I never thought I'd make it through my 20s. For real.
Either I was like, I'm going to make it. There's no way. And then, yep, I did. So you just keep going.
Here's a fun little thought. I heard something the other day that the way that consciousness works is that whatever the situation is that we're experiencing, like in the moment, no matter what, even if it like kills us in one timeline, in one reality, we will still wake up in another. Our consciousness continues even when we die. We always live and experience the version of reality in which we survive.
Yeah.
Have you thought about that?
I don't think about it like that. I think about it as like reincarnation type of thing. So your soul leaves your body and it goes back to, the descendant mother. And
I think we pick our paths, though. Me and Jacob was talking about that the other morning. I think, we pick the hard one. Sometimes we pick that.
Yeah.
So.
But yeah, I think it goes back to like a central sorting bin, and you just pick again. But I was talking to Tyre last night, and I don't know how I know. I just know, but I won't see. I don't think I'll see my 60th birthday.
Yeah,
that's how positive I am.
I think that you. I don't know. It's such a complex world.
And it's
This
not
is
like
such a complex reality. It's so much deeper than most people realize.
It's an understanding that I've just got this understanding. It's something that I don't even have to question. Does that make sense?
And something else that I've realized over the years is that, like, I've lived many lifetimes. I've lived many lifetimes within this one.
Yep.
So, like, I believe in reincarnation.
Yeah,
And
there's
I believe that
his name is Brian. I'm not sure exact on the pronunciation. It's either Weiss or Weiss or something like that. But he's a psychiatrist, I think, or a psychologist, and he wrote a bunch of books that talked about reincarnation. He had a client that that's how they done, past life regression and stuff. And oh my gosh, they're amazing books. I mean, they really, really are. And he talks about, what his theory is from. He's done that so many times with, with other people with their stories and stuff. And in these past lives, there's certain patterns. Like, they say the same people that are in your life are the same ones that are in your life,
that you're incarnated with, like, through every lifetime.
Right.
No matter what.
Just in different positions, you may be my best friend in this one, but you may be my mom the next time, or the last time you was my, you could have been a male, so those books are awesome, but I can't remember the name of it. It's something like The Masters or something like that, but they're really interesting. Brian Weiss, or Weiss, is WIESS, I think.
So does that mean that next life?
So I can come back to it for a note later.
Does that mean, Ty, next life you're going to be Kevin Mullins is going to be your bitch?
I ain't coming back in the next life. I'm fucking graduating this
time. I'm
done this time. This is my last fucking go around on Earth. I'm going back to fucking Lyra, from whence I came.
Yeah.
Fuck this place. This ghetto ass place, as Candice says. Earth is ghetto as fuck. And I'm not doing this again. Yeah. So we gotta get it right this time.
I'm gonna grab my food, so I'm gonna pop my camera.
I'm not doing this fuckery shit show anymore.
Yep.
I hope it'll do this right.
Pulp Fiction, the gift.
Okay.
I said I could probably take my life and write a bunch of penny dreadfuls and make a fucking fortune.
Yeah.
I turned the camera off. I'm going to eat now. So.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We're getting started on Candice. Are we ready?
Everyone in the chat right now saying, yup. It had a cornucopia. I knew you guys were my people. I want to start by saying that the way that I feel, the way that I think a lot of you feel, the vibes that are surrounding us right now is that the deep state is in some sort of a panic, right? We've acknowledged that over and over again on the show. Something doesn't feel quite right. It feels almost like we are at the beginning of the end of a long satanic run. That's why, just so you guys know, despite the obviously sobering reality that the world is run by these people, I'm pretty optimistic every day. I can't explain it. I don't know why. Things are obviously coming apart, but things have to come apart before they can be put back together.
I know what that means.
They're just getting sloppy. And if I could put it into a sentence.
At the end of what?
The little season. Satan's little season. Okay, so the theory says that Jesus has already returned like 70 years after he was crucified. And that ever since we've been living in Satan's little season. Whenever God says, okay, like Jesus has already been killed, resurrected, did his 1,000-year reign on earth. And then whenever he went back to heaven, Satan gets his reign on earth for like 7.5 years. They say we're at the end of the little season now. We're at the end of Satan's little season, the end of his 7.5-year reign. And it's time for Jesus to make his appearance again.
Is it 7.5 years a cycle or something?
I guess so, yeah. Like, I'm sure it all goes back to gematria and everything always does.
Wow, that's wild.
Everything goes back to codes. Everything goes back to code. Everything it's so fucking weird.
Yes, the land.
Numerology.
The law of the land and the law of the maritime law.
The law of nature. The law of God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got
law of the simulation, if you will.
Someone sent me that link last night.
I sent you probably 500 reels last night.
I know.
when I go down the rabbit hole, I want to tell all my friends all at one
Oh
time.
man, I haven't even worked my way through half of those links yet.
It'll all click up and make sense eventually.
Yeah.
It seems random as fuck, but it ain't.
I wake up while she's going to sleep, and so I watch them all day long and get caught up.
All right. Today,
That's part of the reason I like being
I
up
would
at
say-
night, though, is because I get the privacy and the quiet time to do research. You know
Me
what I
as
mean?
well.
And read and learn
No one-
and watch
there's no one
things and
to
find
knock
out
my
what's
door.
going on in the world.
yes.
Solving the mysteries of the universe.
Yes. No deliveries, no fucking phone calls, nothing.
Yep.
Peace and quiet.
Yep. No, hardly any human interaction. Only the humans that vibe with me.
Did you see the 2 shorts I put up this morning?
The what?
The 2 shorts I put up today?
No, I haven't even been in there. I haven't looked at
Those
any.
stupid cats.
I haven't seen them yet.
Absolute dickheads. All right. Play.
That it's almost as if our awareness is the threat, right? Awareness, just our being conscious of what they are doing, somehow spells their doom, which is bringing me to wanting to discuss today, as I promised you, the CIA's Looking Glass Project. Now, we briefly touched upon this at the end of last episode. Obviously, I'm a conspiracy girly, and I'm thrilled that we get to dive a little bit deeper on this topic for those of you that don't know. The first thing that I want to remind you guys is exactly what I said at the top of the show. It is an absolute fact that Charlie Kirk thought that he was a time traveler. He told me he was a time traveler repeatedly. I showed you guys that text message exchange. I said to him in response that I didn't feel the same way and that I thought I was from another planet, that I was an alien my entire life. Just do not get it here. This planet is ghetto. That's how I feel. I don't understand it. The rules don't make sense. I think that's also why I like cats so much. I feel that they can relate to that. They think humanity is ghetto. They don't want to be around us. They don't like us. They know it's ghetto. It is ghetto here, right? Well, another bizarre fact is that back when Charlie and I were running around, we met in 2017, top of 2018. So I would say, obviously, Turning Point was an organization, but it wasn't the organization. It wasn't this behemoth of an organization that it became. No, he had no real degree of fame. I think that's fair. But he was required to have security on him at all times. That was orchestrated. His security, Schaefer Security, was orchestrated by Bill Montgomery. He has since passed, the late Bill Montgomery, and he was from the military. He founded Turning Point USA with Charlie. Charlie wanted to go to West Point and then instead started Turning Point USA when he was 18 years old. Thinking about that, the security, him texting saying, I'm not allowed to go anywhere, I feel so important, I think was the exact message. That to me is objectively weird in retrospect. It wasn't weird at the time, it's weird now. And it makes me think that Charlie may have been marked since he was a child. We've discussed these GATE programs that they have in school. And I just think on the basis of what he told me, that when he was really young, they wanted to drug him, but his mother said no, and he was really grateful for that. And instead, they decided that they could send him to this X-Men school. That's the best way I can describe it. I would certainly, by the way, for you internet sleuths, I'd like to find out which school Charlie had to attend. So he was pulled out of the regular school he was attending, and he had to go to some special school for the gifted, like he was an X-Man. And I am of the opinion, it's an opinion, I'm allowed to have it, it's obviously not a fact, but I am of the opinion, based on the discussions I had with him, that he's been monitored since. That his test scores, whatever the score, every test they probably did on him, he was off the charts, and they wanted to make sure that he was being watched. That's my theory in general on all kids that are in extraordinary and GATE type programs. Maybe we should be training our kids to get like an 85% on the test. At most, before the government agents are going to swoop in and go, who is this genius child, you know? And a lot of weird things used to happen to Charlie. He would go on runs. I think I told you guys this after sundown. And when he was running, street lights would go out. Like it was like he was in a burst of energy, like he was a lightning bolt or something. So to slow this down for you, there are just in general, all of these inexplicable experiences that we have in life. And they try to make it weird for us to discuss them. Like just even being philosophical and thinking about these things for a long time. They don't want that. Deja vu is probably chief among them. We all have experienced deja vu. We are certain something happened, but we already did that, but it didn't actually happen. You're like, but I feel like it did. Oof, I just got a bad case of deja vu. Well, guess what? There's no official expert explanation for that. Sleep paralysis, for those of us who suffer that, I had some terrifying experiences before I knew what it was. They don't really give us a full explanation for that. Similar, also, another example of things that are inexplicable and maybe somehow related to deja vu. The story of how I met my husband. I've told it many times. I got engaged 18 days later. No one believes me. They don't want to accept it, except maybe Charlie Kirk, because he was there for it. But I already knew George. That's how I describe it. I saw his face. I know that doesn't make sense, but it happened that way. I looked at my husband's face and I already knew him. It was like a sigh of relief. And there's other explicable events and things like Charlie telling me that he was going to die.
You're one of them, Brandy.
Yeah.
Anyway, today we are going to...
You and Caleb and Mr. Taylor.
Yeah.
I've always had that feeling about your whole family.
Yeah.
This is my people. This is my family.
Yeah. That's David.
And then came Sarah and Jake. But at first it was Caleb and Mr. Taylor.
Yeah.
And then whenever I met Brandy and everybody else, like it just clicked. This is my people. These are my soul tribe.
That was it.
What the fuck? One of my slogans for
That's what Brandy was saying a while ago when she was saying, like, we choose our experiences, like we choose our life, and we do it as a family unit. Like, this whole big wide world is filled with billions of people. And you might find somebody on another continent or in another realm that is your soul sister or your twin flame or your soulmate. You know, like you just had that feeling about certain people, you know, and then whenever your life plays out, like you realize they were always meant to be there.
Yeah.
You know, everybody plays a role in your life. Everybody that you come into contact with, even people that you pass on the street, like
there's a reason.
There's a reason for everything that happens.
Yeah, I do believe in that.
I don't believe in coincidence either.
No, I'm not in. Never had
no such thing as coincidence. It's divine planning.
Do you want to say something really freaky?
What? I heard it a minute ago.
I can't see it. Hang on. It says, I found my people. The defense rest. That's right.
Across
That's
the world.
I haven't even showed that slogan to anybody. That's new.
Found my people.
See, that's how it works.
That's how it works. Somehow God will put it in your life. Like the people that are meant for you will be in your life, you know? We still have free will. Yes, we make choices and stuff, but the choices we make today affect our future. It affects the future outcome of the rest of the world. They said one person can't change the world. Yes, they can.
It's that whole butterfly effect stuff.
It's a butterfly effect. Yeah, like the slightest decisions that we make every day impacts all of humanity, all of mankind, all of the animals, the whole planet.
It decides our outcome too, you know.
Yeah. I really believe in karmic retribution. You know, like what you give out, you're going to get back.
It's going to come.
That karma's a bitch.
Yes. Yes.
Like we have free will, but there's consequences. You know what I mean?
She's slow sometimes, but she's, yeah.
she gets there. Don't you worry. All right.
We'll be showing you clips from a YouTube channel called Be Inspired. We're going to link it in the comments as well because they did such a fantastic job of diving into these phenomena and how they likely relate to another shady government CIA program, which came to be known as Project Looking Glass. This actually happened. These were whistleblowers that came out, like with all of these projects. People that are in the military, scientists coming out and saying, hey, government has this technology and they can peer into the future. I'm sorry, what? What does that mean? Anyways, the narrator of this channel, who I could not find his name to save my life because there's multiple people that work this channel, but he begins by taking us back to the Y2K scare. You guys remember that? Of course, you remember the Y2K scare. I was actually scared.
You remember that?
Young.
Everybody thought the whole
Oh
world
my
was going to
gosh,
shut down.
I just want to die like this. I don't want to die just because
Split paper
it's
anywhere.
midnight. And it's the year 2000, and they were just kind of pumping all this fear into us. Anyway, let's jump right into this clip.
Let's start with Y2K. In the final months of 1999, there was a global concern that computer systems would fail when the date switched to the year 2000. All the software used only 2 digits to record years, so 2 nils might be read as 1900, potentially disrupting banks,
Credit cards and ATMs may cease to function.
power grids, airlines,
Airplanes and trains may come to a halt.
governments and corporations spent
Did any of
over
that ever happen?
$300 billion updating
No.
systems. It
I
was
didn't
one of
think
the
so.
largest
It's not
coordinated
over,
tech
everybody.
efforts in
That's
history.
what's normal.
People stocked food, withdrew cash, and prepared for the worst. But when midnight came, almost nothing happened. The systems
Nothing.
held, the world moved on. Still, that global moment left an imprint. Some view it as a psychological turning point, the end of the analog age and the quiet beginning of a fully digital world. From that point on, life accelerated. Culture, communication, and consciousness shifted onto screens, fast, constant, and increasingly disconnected from physical time. Some researchers believe Y2K wasn't about a bug at all, but a kind of global psychological reset, a ritual of fear, distraction, and silence. The code may not have crashed, but something else may have been triggered. Our perception of time and reality. After something strange started happening online, people began noticing memories that didn't match reality. The most famous? The Berenstain Bears. Millions remember it as Berenstain with an E, but every book says Berenstain with an A, and that's just the beginning.
If you're running a simulation and you go back and you change some variables and you rerun the simulation, lots of little things could be different along the way, right? You have many different possible paths.
You have glitches in the matrix.
Exactly. You're now on this timeline, but you remember, you have like a deja vu, or you have like a weird memory.
Movie quotes, logos, product names, all different than
You
we
ever
remember.
woke up and
Entire
felt
groups of
like
people
you wasn't
swearing something changed
in the
with
right
no
place?
explanation.
Right
It became
place,
known as the
like you
Mandela
woke up
effect,
and just
named
felt like I
after
don't
people
belong.
who remembered
Things are
Nelson
slightly
Mandela
different.
dying in prison
I don't
years
belong
before he
here.
actually did.
I would always
What
tell
would pull
everybody
something
this,
like
and I
this?
don't
Are you
belong.
familiar with the Mandela
Yes.
effect? Yeah.
Of course.
Millions of people remember certain
Only
events
one.
that never
I
happened.
think I've
And so
even
how do
told
you
my
explain
husband
that?
once. I
As
don't
we
think you're
go
my
through
husband.
our
I think
conscious
you're working
progression,
on
as we raise consciousness, the way we perceive the world, and therefore all that will exist in our world, will morph to that new resonance. As
And
a
I was
sympathetic
serious.
resonance. So certain
You know?
aspects of the old world will just no longer exist. And so we can still have a phantom memory of those experiences, whether it's like Jiffy peanut butter or Luke, I am your father, which he never said that, right? All these things like that literally just like fall out of your new frequency because everything in your world around you, including time itself, is retrocausal. The world around you that is no longer fitting your frequency will disintegrate and dissolve.
Okay, so I'm not trying to start a world war in the comment section today, but Pikachu had black at the end of his tail. Obviously, I don't know when they hit delete on that button, but he definitely had black at the end of his tail. Some of these things just don't make any sense to me. And it's just amazing that we just sort of accept it and we just keep moving on. And when you start asking questions, they try to paint you with, no, don't ask the questions. Just keep going on. Let's just pretend. Let's just pretend that, there was no cornucopia. Anyways, this brings us obviously to the CIA's project Looking Glass. Essentially, there were these whistleblowers, like I told you, in the military and within the CIA apparatus that came forward to reveal that the deep state had a technology, which they stole, of course. Please do not miss the part that I keep explaining to you. These people are not smarter than you. They're just more evil. They steal, they plunder, and they steal things, and then they rewrite history and pretend that they were geniuses. Anyways, they have a knack for murder, they have a knack for theft, and this time, like a lot of times before, they stole a device from the ancient Sumerian civilization that's located in modern day Iraq. Very advanced civilization. They're obsessed also with Egyptian civilization, as we discussed yesterday. The Satanists kind of taking and reintroducing these things. First, they keep them to themselves. They hoard these things, and then they kind of give us certain aspects of technology. as time goes on. So they steal this piece of technology and they incorporate it into a computer. And suddenly they're apparently able to predict future outcomes. Just imagine the deep state being able to look into a glass, so to speak. The Sumerian culture was known for their advancement in glass, and to see different outcomes. I mean, the amount of power that you would have, and then also fathom in your mind that the people that are Satanists have this power. Take a listen.
This is where things take a turn. Because according to Bill Wood, a former Navy SEAL with high-level clearance, the US military once had access to a device called Project Looking Glass, a technology that could supposedly view potential future timelines.
The project was shut down because there was a problem when we approached 2012. The timelines converge
Wasn't that the line?
in time. When you
It
know
was.
how string theory works and how the possibility of possibilities
Hold on a
works
second, I
and
can't hear
how making one choice over
What?
The Mayan calendar, didn't it end in 2012?
2012.
your
Yep.
brain wrapped around this subject, you find out that at the end of 2012, in an easy way to put it, the choices that we make become less and less consequential to the future. And eventually we're pushed into this bottleneck of time, no matter which choice we make.
Okay, so is that certain 2012 in your understanding?
It's well coincides with December 21st, 2012.
So at that point, all possibilities lead to the same
Timelines.
Rubicon.
All possible timelines lead to the same basic set of history in the future.
And after that, they shut it all down. Now ask yourself, why would a system like that be buried, and what exactly did they see? Because this isn't just about false memories or tech. It might explain why everything since 1999 feels frozen and artificial, like we're on rails in a version of reality that wasn't meant to last this long. And if you think that's wild, wait until you hear what else Looking Glass may have revealed. So what exactly did they see with Looking Glass? According to multiple whistleblowers, including Bill Wood and other interviewed by Project Camelot, every time they ran the device, no matter what variables they changed, all future timelines converged to a single fixed point. That point, somewhere between 2012 and 2016. After that, the future became unpredictable. No more branching outcomes, just a wall.
So it's super interesting that they couldn't see beyond 2012, or rather they could see beyond 2012, but maybe things became inevitable. That was backed up, by the way, by a lot of different things. Mayan civilization, the calendar, remember that whole scare? Why doesn't the calendar go beyond? So you arrive at this point and you wonder, what is this, right? Suddenly these people who are evil are no longer allowed or able to control outcomes, essentially, or perhaps, so maybe they did see something beyond 2012. But no matter what they did, they couldn't change the outcome of that thing that they saw beyond 2012. So it wasn't so much the future couldn't be predicted, but rather that they couldn't change it, like something was coming. That's how it kind of feels to me when I just examine everything that's going on. There is this panic, like evil is panicking right now, and they're making a lot of mistakes because they're no longer in control. And I would also add here that one of the things that I've noticed is that they're trying to turn us all, again, maybe this is their solution, where they're going, okay, what are we going to do? We can't change the outcome. Maybe we can just turn everybody into a computer program. Like they want us all to be the same. They seem to get really angry when we behave like humans. Like that's one of the things they're trying to triumph is our humanity. We've talked about this a lot with the Charlie Kirk story, the reaction, how we felt icky, but they were like, what's wrong with you? How dare you feel icky? How dare you not like this? Don't you know this is what he would want? It's like their inability to defeat our humanity is angering to them. Now, something that was crucial, which was revealed about Project Looking Glass, was that the people who were in the room while this device was being operated, their conscious thoughts impacted the device, okay? So just imagine this. What they were thinking in the moment was changing future outcomes. Thoughts influenced future outcomes. That piece is super relevant to what we're going to discuss. And obviously that's pretty reminiscent one of the themes of The Matrix. I'm going to assume everybody's seen that movie. If not, you should watch it because it was way ahead of its time. And he is going to connect that dot here. Take a listen.
So what exactly did Project Looking Glass reveal, and why was it quietly shut down? The people involved began noticing something strange. No matter what variables they used, the results kept showing the same future, a point where all possible timelines seemed to merge. That moment, somewhere between 2012 and 2016. After that, everything became unclear, like the future couldn't be read anymore. This brings us back to 1999. A year that might have marked more than just the turn of a century. It's also when The Matrix was released. At the time, it was seen as just another sci-fi movie, but looking back, it feels like something more.
You've been living in a dream world, Neo.
The film introduced a powerful idea, that the world we experience might not be what it seems, that reality could be shaped or even simulated without us knowing. And once you start asking questions, things begin to change. That idea resonates deeply with what many have felt since the early 2000s. The time feels different, that the future doesn't feel open the way it once did. Almost like things are repeating themselves, the same cycles, the same events, showing up again and again. Some people even report seeing repeating numbers everywhere, like 1111, 222, 444, almost like little glitches or signals hidden in everyday life. And strangely enough, this idea of patterns repeating, of cycles you can't escape, lines up with what Looking Glass operators allegedly encountered. The sensation that the future was already written and that all paths lead to the same outcome. Fast forward to 2012, some whistleblowers claimed that a confidential briefing took place where certain agencies acknowledged the shift, a kind of convergence in human potential. This document, released by the CIA, explores consciousness as something that can move through time, even outside of the physical world. It discusses remote viewing, timelines, and the nature of reality itself. Now, connect that to The Matrix, and the overlap becomes hard to ignore. Maybe it wasn't just a movie. Maybe it was the first time the system gave us a glimpse behind the curtain. And if that's the case, what else have we been shown without realizing it?
Okay, a lot to unpack there. First, I'm going to say, just regarding the movie The Matrix, you should look into how even the script for The Matrix was stolen, allegedly. But to bring this back to my earlier point about all of these things that are happening or have happened that are seemingly inexplicable, it just lives inside of me that Charlie Kirk knew he was going to die. How? How was he so certain that he was going to die young? How is that possible? How was he even able to describe it as this tragic event? How did he know? How was he certain, by the way, as he said in those messages, that from the moment he signed onto the dotted line to begin Turning Point USA, he knew he was going to die. He knew his death was going to be related to Turning Point USA. That's not a coincidence, okay? It is completely absurd to have people, well, I don't know, maybe just a coincidence. No, that's not a coincidence at all. Why did he know that I was going to defend him? Also, why did Charlie think he was a time traveler? He said, as I showed you in earlier messages, that he was a time traveler and he had to find me. Is that just something people are saying to their homies in text messages? And again, not anything that I would have placed so much emphasis on back when he was saying it, but it came to fruition. The other parts, he did die young. Why did he think that him dying young was necessary in order to change things? He did die young. It is related to Turning Point USA. In some way or another, at the very least, we can all agree it's related to him speaking at a campus event for Turning Point USA. I'm totally occupied by this. I tell you, I read these messages and I'm going, what is this? What is reality, actually? And Charlie died. Yes, like I said, it was related to this organization. And I think we would all agree that his death and the manner that they did it changed the world in ways that I don't think we can fully realize, or certainly not in a way that I can articulate. You just cannot pretend that all of this is one big unhappy coincidence. It's entirely plausible, I think plausible, that they knew something about Charlie. And that's why they had him marked and had him monitored and had him likely followed since he was young. And maybe they thought, like the agents think, that if they swarmed him and they stayed with him and they pretended to be his friend, that ultimately they could control Charlie and perhaps change an outcome. They could literally change an outcome related to Charlie. So when for the first time in his life, because I do believe he was managed, I mean, I've already said I was handled. I didn't recognize that I had agents. And for the first time in his life, Charlie peeks his head up and starts to push back in a meaningful way. It couldn't stop him from becoming bigger. That seemed to be inevitable. But they panicked. They seem to have panicked, right? I mean, this is just starting to happen within a year when Charlie's going like, hey, man, I don't actually think this. I don't actually believe this. And then he goes, you know what? Take the money. Take the money out of the organization. And they panicked. They freaked out. And their solution was, no, just kill him. Just kill him. We can't have this. This is not something that we are prepared to happen. That outcome of Charlie unleashed, so to speak. And ironically, that seems to be the very thing, his assassination, that catalyzed what they feared most, losing control of Charlie. That's exactly what happened, and they catalyzed that. So it seems to me that right now we're in the midst of this. They keep doing these things that only catalyze what they're trying to stop, what they're trying to prevent. For example, even unrelatedly, but the Brigitte and Emmanuel Macron, they filed a lawsuit. We have so much power. What are we going to do to stop this thing? She's getting into the story, is getting to the heart of evil and how the world is run to figure out that Brigitte was born a man. What are we going to do? We're going to file a lawsuit. The lawsuit filing was a mistake, obviously. It was globally consequential, right? They wanted to stop it, and yet they spread it. Catastrophic to their aims. The more pressure they exert toward control, the more they spin out of it. Another example, lock them down at home. Make them wear a mask, right? Create COVID in a lab, make everybody sick, force them to get the jab. Evil is really fun that way until it accidentally awakens the entire world to how fraudulent Big Pharma is. Like, is this now everyone's going, is this just a factory of poison? Do these people hate? Are they so evil? Have we just giving our bodies over to quote unquote science? Now, going back to Looking Glass and them shutting down this project and not being able to edit whatever it was, we obviously cannot know for certain what it is that they saw when they peered through into this Looking Glass. But I do have a general sense that they're trying to edit its inevitability with ill-guided lawfare and warfare. And what I think is that our collective awareness is a threat. I think everybody peeking their heads up is making them increasingly more frantic. It's like they know we're barreling toward some foregone conclusion, and they have spent decades trying to stop that, trying to prevent that. And when I think about what it is, right, I just consider their general obsessions and their general triggers. They are positively obsessed with the Antichrist. I mean, like people like Peter Thiel, he's like going around giving interviews, asking about the Antichrist. That's kind of the entire drift, by the way, of the AI world. When I say, look at these people, I don't like their eyes. Something disturbs me.
Who's living the dream then? Oh, look. Bed goes up, bed goes down. Computer start.
They mock that.
You
Take me out of clip.
Right, hang on. Lights go on. Lights go on. I don't use technology at all.
Not at all.
Oh my gosh, I don't care. I have spiritual discernment. Something about the entire AI movement feels wrong. And come on, what am I wrong?
Yep.
Am I wrong? Sam Altman, all of them. And they are, no, you can trust us. It's like they want us all to become automated so that we can be more easily controlled. What they're going to do? Okay, we can't control the outcomes. Let's just control where we're at. Let's control every single person in the world and make everything AI so that if we want to, they won't discover history. We can just delete files entirely. Nobody will be reading books anymore. The kids will be stupid.
We talked about that, remember?
History, an entire...
Nobody's reading anymore.
Yep, they stopped teaching cursive. So
They stopped teaching writing. I mean, you know, the Declaration of Independence is written in cursive.
Yeah.
You can't even read it.
Yeah. It's all by design.
Yep.
My daughter reads a book every week.
I'm like that too.
But she was born in 98. Where's the one that was born in 2000? You know, it's the phone.
Civilization with the push of a button. There'll be no more books.
Big holy Bible.
And maybe I could say this is 1A, but they also seem to be similarly obsessed with trying to make everyone turn against Christ. I mean, that push over the last couple of years, Christ is king, is hateful. You shouldn't even be saying that. Why? That's a weird triggering that no one expected. No one should say that. It's anti-Semitic, whatever. Producing reports about Christ is king. Is that not just a waste of money? Why did they do that? Let me just revisit that. Why did they do that? They produced a report and brought in doctors to assert why Christ is king is wrong. That's weird, guys. And that's a triggering, by the way, that has been going on for a long time. It's the very reason they set about removing the Bible from the classroom, creating Hollywood in general, which was supposed to mirror Babylonian culture, training us to worship stars. They wanted to establish this neo-paganism. They also wanted to make it so that future generations would think atheism was cool. That was by and large successful. It was a period of time where I thought that atheism was cool. But why? Why this push? Well, I think the obvious answer is because they are certain, actually, that God is real. That's what they're fighting. They're fighting God at all times. They know he's real. And that should be refreshing to you. Like, God's obviously real, or would they be spending all this time trying to convince us that he wasn't? Right? Do you spend all of your time trying to convince people that this is something is fiction? No, they're terrified of that. Or they wouldn't, they're open Satanists, as we showed you guys yesterday. They're trying to foster a culture of demonic idolatry. Think about this. I lost a job in part for saying that pornography is a spiritual weapon against men and that we needed to look into the history of pornography. Huh? What that should signal to you is that their power relies on us being distracted, on us being focused on carnal desires, right? Entirely living of the flesh. Like Tim Dillon said, the amenities, the pool, the new restaurant. Oh, look, there's a new celebrity over here. Yeah, so the threat is us being aware that spiritual evil exists. That's what they're afraid of. It's why they insist on this constant stream of pornography, filthy music, all of it. Because if it is true, as it's been reported by various whistleblowers, that our thoughts could impact future events, then what would happen if we all started focusing on goodness, eternal goodness, God? Yeah, I think that's the very reason that all of these demons seem to be thrashing right now. And I just wanted to dive into that project because I think we're all sensing a panic. And it's real, but I also want you to know that it's good. Well, that seems crazy. You're like, no, everybody's out of control. It feels like things are getting dangerous. Yeah, but it feels to me like it's the last squeals of a dying demon. And we're going to speak more about that, as well as CERN and what they discovered. We have to totally revisit that was happening at CERN just after a brief message from our sponsors. All right, you guys, new research is revealing something absolutely heartbreaking. Stay inside, like they tried to make this. Okay, so modern science kind of being run by Satanists. So obvious. Again, just go back and watch our episode on the moon landing and the rituals that they were doing. It's always been this way, and they're creating it because they want you to worship science. And that their ultimate test to see if they had succeeded in that, I feel like it was COVID, right? They stay inside, like they tried to make this a ritual, save lives. I mean, there was actually a really good article in the Spectator UK regarding how they tried to establish COVID to mirror a religion, the ritual of it, even having something you can wear, a mask to identify with one another. Anyway, I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole. Point being is that once you see that, you can't unsee it, that modern science is intentionally being created to conflict with God. And there are some really bizarre things that have happened, particularly, I would say, regarding CERN. What do you actually know about CERN? I'm going to bring Mark on to mansplain this. what CERN is and what they were involved in. And you guys kind of remember, we're trying to find the God particle. That was another push. Mark, jump on here and mansplain everything.
I'm happy to. And I just want to preface by saying I am not a particle physicist. So I just use particle physics recreationally. I'm a high school dropout. This is all on my own. But CERN was basically established in 1954 to research particle physics. There's something called the standard model of particle physics to kind of explain how everything exists and what it's made out of, to back up the Big Bang theory of creation. And one of the missing pieces was, how do particles that don't have mass attain mass out of nothing? And so in 1964, a group of scientists theorized that there's something called a Higgs boson. One of the scientists was named Peter Higgs, I believe. And so the search was on to find this particle. And so that's why CERN created the Large Hadron Collider, which is based in Geneva, Switzerland, and is a 17-mile tunnel underground, up to 600 feet underground in some places, where they shoot subatomic particles at each other at a very high speed to try and break them apart to see what they're composed of. And so in 2012, they observed a reaction that's consistent with this particle that was theorized back in 1964, that some people were calling it the God particle, to explain how something can come from nothing and essentially try and erase God from the story of creation, to create a scientific explanation of it.
So in short, exactly. They're trying to be God. This is like the next step for them. We're controlling humanity.
Hang on a fucking second. So you have this hydron accelerator that shoots subatomic particles at one another to try and create something out of nothing.
Right.
And something that
to create something out of nothing, more to take two things that exist and break them down to their smallest parts so they can be examined.
Yeah,
but
so
it is possible to create a black hole that would suck us all into it. Also, there's that possibility every time they turn it on.
Yeah, but how does that equate to turning everyone against God? How do they
wait for it? They do satanic rituals outside of the CERN collider.
They're opening portals.
They're opening portals to other dimensions where these creatures are coming through.
Right.
They were controlling their minds. Like, what can we do? What's the next step? We need to become creators of things on Earth. That's all the way, by the way, you guys, part of my conspiracy, why I'm like, have 12 kids. It's because they want to even control birth. They want to control dying. Like, they're debating, oh, you should have, they always sell it as like, it's more freedom for you. No, it's more power for them. We're going to decide if you're allowed to be born. Everyone's going to eventually in the future need IVF, which puts them in a place of power. And then also, we're going to also tell you when you die, which is why they have now these.
How do they get to that from that?
Do what?
How do you get to everyone needing IVF from that?
Well, they're already.
It all goes back to like the depopulation agenda and the way they're fucking with their fertility and shit. Like, they're making the decisions and making decisions about abortion and stuff. Meanwhile, they're trying to fucking control the God particle and open up black holes.
Like red flags, red herrings.
It's like red flags. All these things are red flags that we should be paying attention to, I think is what she's saying. Things we should be noting, at least.
Pods, which is being debated. And where's the home of the pods, the death pods? Switzerland. Anyways, of course, the tunnel is underground. And it's interesting when you consider that they started searching for this particle when they realized, that's when they...
Hey? Do you know what a death pod is?
No.
It's a suicide tank. Some countries, they've made it legal where you can choose to go and commit suicide and get inside the device, and it will like inject you or deprive you of oxygen or something and suffocate you and kill you. It's a murder machine.
Some states assist with suicide now.
Yeah, assisted suicide.
Yeah.
But
it's all part of the satanic agenda.
You can
separating us from God, controlling the outcome of birth like fertility, these God-given rights, and controlling life and death. It's all about control. They want to remove control from God and take over control for themselves. They want to be able to control the universe.
If you're going to commit suicide, though, you got to commit suicide. Like,
Right.
you know, you can make your car into a death bomb. Like,
Right. We don't need people to spend billions of dollars to make machines and to line people up to kill themselves. Is what she's saying. Like, that's not helping anybody.
Well, it's scary, you know, because what if they use it for something else?
Right.
You know, that could be.
Can somebody just get locked in
like
one and murdered? Like, how easy it is. Like, think about the way they manipulate our paperwork in the justice system here. If we had suicide assistance and, okay, listen, something else that I noticed about it was, okay, this is about the Kevin Mullins and that judge being part of that mental health committee. They were looking at ways to commit people without permission.
Well, that's
to
different.
commit you for mental health. No, it's not. If you get committed, if they had the control to be able to put you in an asylum, then they had the control to tell you to go to the death pod, to send you to the death pod. Like it's a slippery slope.
Imagine though, somebody like him in control of that. We would. Oh my God, that would have been
The same can be said for a gun.
a nightmare.
Not necessarily. I don't think so. No, because like a gun, that's your personal choice. Like you got to go out and like that's you. That's not somebody else having control of whether they put you in that machine or not. That's not the judge having control. The guy that takes your family away, that steals your children, or like the judge making the decision to send you to a mental institution and lock you in a fucking suicide pod.
No, but you're talking about assisted suicide. So the choice is yours if you go there.
Supposedly, assuming you have rights. We don't have rights here.
Yes. Okay. So you're
and now they're trying to take away our rights and like make it where we could be involuntarily committed
I'm with you
to
now.
mental institutions. Like we're going back to fucking 1850 or something.
Yeah,
Especially that's hysterical women. You know.
Hysterical women with wandering uteruses. We must be kept in check.
Exactly.
Like that's reminiscent of that to me.
Yeah. That is.
Yes. But like that's a few steps down the track. Like if they did bring something in like that and you still had a choice, then they would
Right. And now think about it. Like think about it. If somebody like Kevin Mullins had the authority to decide whether you get committed or not. We already know what's happened to Jennifer and all these other women who have come forward and tried to speak up about what he did to them. You think he wouldn't use something like that to his benefit?
Thorazine drooling on herself, so what would have happened?
Yep.
Yeah, but I still don't see the difference with gun ownership.
I mean, everybody, you choose, like, because that's your choice. If you kill yourself with a gun, you pick the gun up and kill yourself. That's not somebody involuntarily coming and knocking on your door, dragging you out of your home.
When they began this Looking Glass project, when they started, not the CIA's Looking Glass project, but when they first got this.
Like right now, it's just a voluntary thing, like assisted suicide. You can go and sign up for it. But the fear is that it will become a weapon. Just like they've weaponized medicine. They've weaponized the fucking environment. They've weaponized airplanes. They've weaponized vaccines. They've weaponized all these things to destroy us. Why would they not weaponize this?
You can still choose to shoot someone.
And with MK Ultra and knowing how they fuck with people's minds.
Yeah, you can still
pushing people to to kill themselves.
Fucking phone.
Guns don't got nothing to do with that. Like that's a personal decision. If you pick up a gun and like kill yourself, like you put the thought in on that. Unless somebody's telling you to do it or trying to force you to do it, then that's different.
Yeah.
But you don't go to a hospital and check out a gun to kill yourself. That's basically the same thing. Like you go to a hospital in these places and be like, I want to kill myself. Like, okay, here's the poison. Instead of helping them and providing resources for them to get better and find their way back to God.
Yeah.
Instead of showing love. They're like, no, okay, here, go ahead and off yourself. It's part of the depopulation agenda anyway. We want you to kill yourself. Makes our jobs easier. We don't have to spend as much money to kill you if you kill yourself.
Sorry, I had a phone call.
Okay.
Yeah, but what I was saying is you can still choose to take that gun and kill someone with it. The choice is still
people is what it's for. It's basically to help. It's for your everyday. It's called SIDS, DAD.
Caleb said they've got it in Canada and it's called SADS or SIDS or something. And he said it's for like senior citizens, you know. Like,
yeah, like some places still have a lot of regulations over their pods of who can use it. You have to either have like a terminal disease or severe mental health, like that cannot be corrected, or like it has to be extenuating circumstances in a lot of places. But some places it's not like that. Some places they're just like, here you go, please use it.
Yeah.
Instead of, providing therapy for their trauma, they'd rather just let them kill themselves.
Make sure that's what they really want, not just jump on board with it. Let's talk a little bit and make sure that's really what you want,
Yeah, there's no question of it. It's just like, here you go.
That's the biggest problem with mental health, though. They're not motivated to seek help because they are so depressed or mentally. Yeah.
Well, all they want to do is medicate, and the medicine just makes the shit worse.
It does.
The only way out of it is to find God. Really,
they've got to make a choice to go to a doctor.
Yeah.
Get help.
Yeah.
I used to have to drag my brother down to the bloody doctor, kicking and screaming.
Technology hooked up with the
doctor. I won't be back.
Hey? What was that?
I said I won't be back to the doctor.
Actually, that reminds me. Can you find out if there is a natural herb that is an antihistamine?
Yeah, there are. There are a lot of them.
Are there?
Let me do a little bit of research though and get back to you on it.
Yeah, that'd be good. Thank you.
I was thinking about that as I went to bed last night. I took a Benadryl this morning and it knocked me out.
I talked to her for about 30 minutes before it kicked in. And
Mrs. Randy said, listen, I took a Benadryl. I cannot function. But I didn't itch, and I've not been itching since I woke up either. So I think you're on to something.
Yep. She knows a few things, this one.
Yeah.
It's an interesting parallel, right? And I also wanted to tell you guys a little bit more about what happened with CERN, which I've always wondered about. It was a big WTF moment with these elites, and you might recall this happening in 2016, but maybe you weren't awake yet. They quite literally got caught, and I think it was some worker that was walking around doing this nighttime ritual satanic ceremony gathered around the statue of Shiva. Interesting for those of you that are following our Becoming Brigitte series. In season 2, I went into Dionysus, the god of Amiens, which was from that town where weird things happen, and that's where both Brigitte and Emmanuel are from. Well, Shiva in the Hindu faith, if you look it up, this would be the nearest equivalent. Dionysus being like god of wine and revelry, Shiva would be the equivalent here. Anyway, they got caught literally in the middle of a satanic human sacrifice ritual. And I'm just going to read you this article verbatim because otherwise you won't believe me. Okay. This took place. CERN discovers satanic human sacrifice taking place at the Large Hadron Collider grounds. Okay. Satanic human sacrifice, it reads, has been staged on the grounds of the European Organization for Nuclear Research, the home of the Large Hadron Collider. The footage shows which I'm going to show you guys, a cloaked group wearing long flowing black robes. One of them has on hiking boots underneath. They're seen walking around before a woman moves onto the floor and then is stabbed. But the footage, then the person who's recording it, you're going to see the drop and they're like what the heck happened, and they are obviously scared. So when they got caught with this, I want you to know they come out and they say, "Oh, that was a prank." I'm sorry. It's a massive statue, as you're about to see. You're telling us that the leading scientists in the world decided to meet by the cloak of night to do a prank, and someone at the facility gave a statement and said the PR guy said they were taking their sense of humor too far by staging a satanic ritual. I'm sorry, is this an acceptable excuse? This is like when a pastor finds $300K behind a toilet.
Real quick.
We're going to need a little bit more.
I think that maybe, all right, the supernatural is blended with technology.
Yes.
Keep that in mind. Supernatural things, nature, is blended with technology.
Yeah.
In a way incomprehensible to most humans.
But the supernatural's not all necessarily bad.
Metaphysics, quantum theory. Our brains are quantum computers.
What do you deem as supernatural? Like
the occult, rituals, metaphysical magic, synthetic magic, godly experiences with demons,
astral
travel. It's all technology in a way.
It's not all bad, what I'm saying.
Right. No, it's not bad.
No.
But like keeping an occult mind, occult means hidden knowledge. Doesn't mean bad, doesn't mean evil. It means hidden. And the things that these people are doing with the CERN collider, with the colliders and all these projects and stuff, while on the surface it seems like it's science and cutting edge and stuff, really it is, they are reviving old ancient technologies.
For pushing the boundaries.
Pushing the boundaries of what we know.
Yeah.
Not because nothing ever exists. Even the Bible says there's nothing new under the sun. Like what we experience and the things that we experience has already been done before in history somewhere.
History repeats itself.
History repeats itself. Yeah.
Lightning.
It's almost like the computer is a giant fucking, like the fucking universe is a giant computer system, a giant operating system. And our brains interface and link up with that.
Tell your AI story about your sneeze.
Oh my God, I was so mad. Brandy, I don't think I've told you this. The other night, I've been sneezing and coughing and stuff for a couple of weeks now. Well, the other night, I sneezed and I pissed on myself. Like just a little bit, like I always do, because I got 4 babies. It's just normal. Like that happens. You cough too hard, you laugh too hard, you sneeze too hard, you're going to pee on yourself a little bit.
Right.
So I did it. And before my brain could even process, get up and go to the bathroom, my phone jumped from what the videos that I'm watching, it cuts to something totally different and shows me an ad for adult diapers. I was mad at the algorithm. I was like, you motherfucker. Like, thanks. You don't have to fucking make fun of me. I know. I've got 4 fucking kids. Like, come on.
Come on now.
Yeah, now my feed is full of fucking adult diaper ads. Every 5 seconds, I'm scrolling across another fucking ad.
Oh my God. I hate when I do that.
I was like, what the fuck? Now, that's an invasion of privacy. You knew I pissed on myself before I even fucking was able to process that I pissed on myself.
I've had the same thing happen. I've seen nothing but life insurance policy lately. Nothing.
Really?
What the hell? Really? Okay.
Sponsors.
Yeah, like shit's going on. But like the way that they are blending the occult and these rituals outside of the facility, like it all works together. It might seem like 2 extremes but it's really 2 sides of the same coin.
Yeah.
Magic is science. Science is magic.
You got alchemy. I mean, there's always been something.
Yeah,
you know?
chemistry comes from alchemy.
Yeah.
But alchemy is the basis of pharmacy, isn't it?
Like metals and
Alchemy is the basis of like as potions and mixing things together, transmuting energy. It's taking one thing and turning it into something else.
Yeah.
Turning shit into gold. Turning like negative energy into something positive and good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like when you think about it, like you think about like witches use herbs and make potions and do all these things and they mix together these things that have magical properties, and then you take it into your body.
Have
been. Is it really magic or is it science? Because when you look into these herbs and the benefits they have in the body and what they do,
they have been criticized and demonized since day one too.
Yeah.
For even having the knowledge.
Yeah.
So, you know, that's another thing, you know, you got to think about that's being controlled.
So then you got to think about the medical industrial complex. Okay. And pharmacopoeia. Did you know that the actual translation for the word sorcery, when they use the word sorcery in the Bible, when they're demonizing witches and they say witchcraft is evil and sorcery is evil.
Sorcery is medicine.
The word that's in the original Bible is pharmacopoeia.
Yeah.
Pharmacopoeia. And in these vaccines, they use body parts, cow intestines, pig hearts, fetus parts.
Yeah.
Can you imagine Bill Gates standing over a cauldron of vaccines, stirring it, I've newt, fucking toe of frog? That is your real sorcery right there. It's the pharmacology.
And we're being controlled with it.
And we are being controlled.
Well, they tried.
Spell with
They
made holistic medicine illegal, natural medicine, homeopathic medicine. They made that illegal. Sound healing. They removed sound frequency healing from hospitals back in the 50s.
Yeah.
These were pre-cancer days, y'all. Before people had cancer. They removed the actual healing modalities from medicine. Banned women from medicine because we can actually heal with the knowledge of earth and what God gives us. Because the medical industrial complex is not designed to heal. It is designed to make you sick, to make you dependent, to make you keep coming back and make you have to take this pill for the rest of your life to survive. But the power to heal you is in your own heart. It's within your own mind. Jesus tells you that. It's in the red words.
Well, if you can get my adrenal gland to start working again, I will pay you big bucks.
Fasting and prayer is what the Bible says. They just removed that verse from from Matthew 2, 17:21, that to cast out the demons that affect our health and our minds, you must fast and pray. You must fast and pray. That's part of it.
And that old Bible
medicine's useless if you don't fast and pray. The detoxes are useless if you don't fast and pray.
But that means you have to believe.
Now they've removed that verse from the Bible because that's the healing is not the goal. They don't want us better. They don't want us to heal. They don't want us to find our connection to God and source.
But what
that's
if
the whole
you
point
pray?
Is to separate us from God.
What if you pray?
From our godlyhood. From us, even Jesus says, the kingdom is within you. I say, ye are gods. And the whole goal of the cabal, the deep state, the medical industrial complex, it's all one. Is to remove us from that, to separate us from that, to cause us to want to kill ourselves and not to treat our bodies as temples and heal it. They don't want us to heal and get better. They don't want us to heal our minds and wake up to what they're doing.
What if you don't believe?
Right. That's because I believe that some people are meant to be spiritual guides with stuff like that. You know, that's the thing with the.
But what if you don't believe in God?
That doesn't make him not exist.
So
somebody created this magnificence.
So
it didn't just spawn out of nothingness.
If you're a non-believer, you can still pray and.
Yeah. I mean, I believe that I pray.
Like that's where sympathetic magic comes in. I think that a lot of like churches and religion will separate you and tell you that ritual and magic and like working with herbs and crystals and stuff are demonic and bad. And it's not. That is how you connect to source. That is how you connect with God. And he gave you these tools to use. It's how you use them, whether it makes you evil or good. You know, like you can use it in a way like Bill Gates and Fauci and mix together fucking fetus parts and cow urine and all these things and inject it into newborn babies. But I can take the herbs that grow out of the yard and mix it together in a pot and give it to somebody and bring healing and positivity and light to their life. That's what they wanted to cut off. That's what the witch hunts were all about. Was to stop the healing so that they could take control.
See, I believe in Mother Earth and the sacred feminine, and
me too.
You know, the whole.
When I pray, it's mainly just to the universe, to nature. Universe responds. Yeah, it's not necessarily to a specific deity. Sometimes I do address specific deities, like I work with Hecate a lot, and I do have a bond with Jehovah, just because I feel like I mean, he's such a big figure in the Bible, you know, like, but I don't see them the way that Christians do. I see it with an occult mindset, a mindset of studying all these other religions and rituals and stuff of the world.
I can't pin it down to an entity. It's just, it's
like the pleroma, the life force of consciousness.
Yeah. It's like a ball of light. It's like an energy force.
Yes, it's an energy force. Everything is energy. Tesla said, in order to understand the universe, we must think in terms of energy and frequency.
Yes.
Sound, reverberation, like hum and feel your chest the way it vibrates and moves. That's what brings matter into being.
Yeah.
That's how the pyramids were built. All these monoliths that's got all these stones. It was with sound frequency to remove the gravity, you know, and like to move the objects and stuff. The ancients say they sang the stones into place, sang them into place. They use sound frequency.
Yeah.
You understand the universe when you understand energy and frequency and sound.
I can relate to it. All right. Play.
More here. Is the woman still alive? We can't even tell if this was a fake stabbing in this video. The leading scientists of the world, and they admit, by the way, we're really concerned about security. We don't know how this video got out. It wasn't like this prank was intended for the world. Somebody who worked there recorded it, got it to a YouTuber who then published it. And their response was to say, that was a prank. Don't ask any more questions. Let's move on. The media just backed him up. It was a prank. Yeah. So we're going to take a look at this ceremony, which again is taking place under a Hindu deity. And the spokesperson confirmed it's real. And this person had no permission to record it. And there was obviously, therefore, had no permission to have it published. Take a look at this. And I'm going to have to talk through it in case some people are listening on audio, but you really should try to tap in and watch this on video as well. Okay, so it's a massive, massive statue. That's just to start. Are we bringing this in as a part of the prank? I don't know. There is a woman. There's a bunch of people that are in black robes, and some of them have hoods up. And then there's a woman that's wearing all white in the center of it. And they are now encircling this woman, and she's like laying flat on the floor as somebody is circling around her. I think he might be holding some fire. And then it looks like she gets stabbed. I'd like to know where that woman is today. If this was a prank, you then hear heavy breathing and you hear a guy saying F, 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 F. Doesn't seem like it was a prank to him. He didn't think it was a prank. And we just moved on. We just absolutely moved on from that, which is incredible. It's incredible to consider that as a society, we have been so distracted that we were like, oh yeah, I guess that's fine. It was just a prank or whatever. Anyways, like I said, it feels like evil is becoming more radical, more obvious, and more noticeable to most of us who had never considered that any of this was possible. And a part of that is just recognizing how fake the media is, And this brings me to Daily Wire, Unhinged. I don't even know what to say. They have dropped another video that kind of, if I'm being honest, feels like a laced threat. They are mocking Egyptian planes, but they have
Randy,
put in
ain't
a
that who did
voiceover.
that article
Again,
about
dropped
me?
on my old
Daily
social.
Wire?
Yeah, I think so. No, it's Daily Caller, I think.
So using my face to attack me in a really strange way by suggesting that they are following my every move and my every personal decision that I make, that they will be watching me. So I'm going to let you watch the video that they dropped on my socials.
You should be obsessed with traveling, not just the destination, but the experience of getting there. When you travel with us, you'll feel warm, you'll feel welcome, and you'll feel watched, because every seat comes with the peace of mind of knowing someone is following you with 2 planes. This is what you can expect when you fly with at Egyptian Air. We definitely never mix up our time zones, flight numbers, or flight time. We know every journey is your personal business. After all, your personal business is our business, is our motto. Egyptian Air, wherever you travel, we will follow.
And so they've colored the letters there on the text for watched, followed, we will follow. I don't even know what to say to that. Like I told you, they're unhinged. It's been going on, by the way. It's like gang stalking. It's just been going on for 2 years consistently behind the scenes. Now they're just kind of gone mass down and people are seeing it in front of the scenes. Like I just am not allowed to be fired from that company. And I don't know what to really say or do about that other than just to keep publicizing that I find their behavior to be alarming. It's discomforting. And there's something about this that feels very dangerous to me. And that feels like a warning, as many people said, a threat, a laced threat.
Yeah. What?
Huh.
What the fuck?
They sent her a video
What?
from Egyptian Air. You know, she's been calling out the Egyptian Air because that there was Egyptian planes that have been following Charlie and Erica around all over the world.
Yeah.
For years now.
I didn't know that.
Followed the flight paths and like she's done the research on it. She showed it in a previous episode. So now that she's called him out and showed that episode, they must have sent her this to give the threat. We're always watching. We're always following.
Oh my gosh.
I just thought it was funny.
No. No, there's that whole episode about it. About how they've been everywhere that Charlie Kirk, like every event that he's done recently, Egyptian Air, there's been 2 planes that's followed him.
Oh my gosh. That's wild.
Yeah.
Well, didn't they say that they found the Israeli cell phone in the area that day?
Yep.
I just thought the camel.
No, it's deeper than that. Something I've noticed something about Candice. It's almost like her life, like what she tells her experiences and stuff. It feels a lot like the way I felt in many times in my life, where like something has happened or like I've experienced something, and then I don't realize until later down the road, like, oh, now it all makes sense.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
like she keeps saying like all these things that Charlie would say to her and stuff over the years, like now it makes sense. He knew that she would defend his death. He knew that he was going to die early and that she was going to be the one to say like, wait a minute, something's wrong here. And he told her about that.
Yeah.
You know?
That's
Perhaps I
good.
need more backstory because, yeah.
Yeah. And the whole thing with Israel, like she thinks that the reason that he was killed is because he was going against Israel.
Yep. That's what I think too. That's not good.
Because that's not the real Israel. That's not the actual Hebrew people of God. Which I'm not going to get into. We're not getting into that shit. But that's the theory. That's what's going around. Y'all can do your own research and make your own conclusions to
that. Hang on.
Yeah, I'm not going to get flagged by my side over here. So,
I can't see which one it is. Hang on. I think it's this one. Yay! Hang on. I got another one. Wait
Oh,
for
a
it.
drink going out here. It's so cold.
Bullshit. Bullshit. I ain't no lawyer. I don't want to be no lawyer.
Right. Right. I think it's something we can agree on. No lawyer don't want to be no lawyer. Part of that shit. Not part of the whole fucking Israel exposure either. Well, you know the whole thing with Jeffrey Epstein is they think that he was a Mossad agent and that he's not really dead and that they got him out. They got him out.
I watched the coolest thing the other day. I think I told you about they were doing the autopsy. It was a mortician looking at the picture.
He was alive.
Yeah, that like the muscular, his joints in his jaw and everything wasn't relaxed. His mouth wasn't open. There was this, the coloration. I mean, she went through it step by step, and you look at the pictures and you're like, oh my gosh.
But the muscle definition and stuff, there was nothing relaxed. There was no rigor mortis. It was
weird. She was talking about how the color will, start getting cloudy, and he had absolutely nothing.
And the video that they released of his cell whenever it supposedly happened was missing like a minute or like 1 or 3. It might have been 3 minutes of time. The video was cut. It was edited before it was released.
Yeah.
So there's the chunk of the video where it should have showed him being killed or killing himself.
Right, it's gone.
It's gone.
Yeah.
Do what?
What autopsy were you watching?
Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh,
they say he's a Mossad agent. That he works for Israel.
Can you send
That's
me
how
that
it connects to Charlie Kirk.
Can you send me that?
Yeah, I'll find it. I've got it on Instagram. I think I flagged it, saved it.
Sweet.
Guess I seen it. I think I sent it to Ty, but yeah.
I think we both sent it to each other before we even talked to each other to know that we both seen it. I think I sent it to her before I knew that she sent it to me on a different app.
Yep. Voice at the end, we will follow you, and then having a plane.
Oh, what were you going to ask Brandy for? Was it Jason Eccles? Or
Yeah, I already asked her. She's on it.
Brianna.
I already asked her. I gave her a rundown on what we did last night and told her what the plan is. We want to do next is try to get to the Jason Eccles. And then after we listen to Brianna's or whatever, to whoever's, I want to go back and listen to Ben Fields again and then let everybody compare the notes of
the difference.
How the difference in how he treated the girls versus how he treated Ben.
Jim's is the hardest for me because I feel her, because she was my, closer to my age. And, that was right around the time everything, going on with everybody. And I don't know, man, hers tears me up. I have a hard time with hers. And then Sabrina's, it's just, I get so pissed. I get so mad during her. I'm like, ugh. And then, I do. I think I do with his too. I get really upset with it. But, I mean, Jen's, you can hear it in her voice pleading, please hear me. Just please hear me. Huh? And so to find out, how everything worked out. It's heartbreaking.
That record search, was it the right one?
That what?
I sent, when I got off from you last night, I did a records, I got a VPN and I did a record search for Jennifer Hill and I emailed the link to you from what I got. I having to pay $30 for it. But I sent it to you to make sure it was the right one, because it had some of her criminal history and charges and case file numbers and stuff.
Okay, I haven't looked at it yet.
Yeah,
I didn't check my email today yet.
Then burst into flames. It's not a joke. They don't mean it to be a joke at all. So yeah, there you go. We'll just put that out there. Lastly, before I get to some of your comments, I just wanted to also, Mike Pompeo, former U.S. Secretary of State, Tucker had exposed that during his time at the CIA, I believe it was Mike Pompeo. Am I correct, you guys, just in my ear, that he tried to have what's his face murdered? Julian Assange. It was Pompeo, right? Okay, you fact checked that before. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure Tucker had exposed that. I think it was Mike Pompeo. I will correct that momentarily if I'm wrong. But anyways, they are just openly discussing how they need to edit history books. I was correct? Yeah, he discussed options to take out Assange just to make sure we're above bar there. Anyways, he is sitting down and discussing how in the future they're just going to have to edit out of textbooks for kids that are in school the part about how they murdered tens and thousands of Palestinian women and children and innocent men because it's just not good for their aims. Here's him in his own words. Take a listen.
The next generation of young people won't remember October 7th in the same way. That's true in Israel and in America and broadly in the world. And we need to make sure two things. One, it's not that we don't forget. We need to make sure that the story is told properly, so that when the history books write this, they don't write about the victims of Gaza, right? They can't. The history, and it's. I should be a little more precise. There were victims in Gaza, right? It's true. There are civilian casualties in every war that's ever been fought, but the victims were the people of the nation state of Israel. The aggressor was the Iranian regime in the proxy of Hamas, and we need to make sure that the history books reflect that, and that requires each of us every day to talk about it in real time with our children, with our grandchildren, about it in a way that is serious and thoughtful and complete and moral.
I just love that they started applauding. They were just like, yep, got to keep that part out of the textbooks about the innocent Palestinians. He's like, we're on camera. We just need to make sure the focus is just on the Israelis, because that matters more to us, the CIA. I don't know. I don't know what to say. Everyone's just gone mask down, I think, is what I'd like to say about that. In conclusion, we will throw it to some of our sponsors, then I'm going to get into some of your comments. All right, you guys, there are a lot of brands that look good on the surface, but once you dig deeper and start paying attention, you recognize that they're changing direction, they change messaging, or they suddenly want you to believe something different than what you initially signed up for. I don't want to use products where I am guessing what's in them or wondering why the brand suddenly seems to have shifted overnight, which is exactly why I use Nimi, because they are consistent in how they make their products, are consistent in what they stand for, and how they perform. That matters even more at the beginning of the year when there's all this pressure to change everything just because the calendar flipped. I don't think good decisions work that way, actually. Good decisions are usually the ones that you can stick with over time. Nimi Skincare is clean. It's made in America, and it is built around steady values instead of trends. I know what I'm using, and I don't feel like the ground is shifting underneath my feet. So for me, what I trust is a brand that is a part of my routine long-term instead of something that I try once and then move on from. That's why Nimi Skincare has stayed. You can find them at nimiskincare.com. And right now, when you use promo code Candice10 at checkout, you'll get an additional 10% off your order. That's NIMI skincare.com, promo code Candice10, and you'll get 10% off your order. Also want to tell you guys about Field of Greens, because most people do not look forward to their annual physical because they're nervous about what the doctor might find. That's why what you do before that appointment actually matters. So before that next checkup, make the one health change that your doctor will be sure to notice, or you'll get your money back. Make it Field of Greens. Doctors today look beyond your calendar age. They look at biological age, how healthy your cells and vital organs are. Field of Greens was designed with that in mind. Each fruit and vegetable is doctor selected to support your cells, heart, lungs, kidneys, and healthy weight. In fact, a university study found Carly writes, crazy fact, my dad was stationed with Lieutenant Aquino back in 82. My dad was an MP.
Do you want to watch the questions or go to the next one?
Probably go to
The rest of the video is just her answering questions from chat.
Yeah. Just go to the next one.
All right. In memento, per favor.
What is it? What'd you say?
You want to go through the questions, or do you want to just go to the next one? That's probably the next one, or
it's up to you. We can just go ahead and go to the next one. Now let's play that. That's that Lieutenant Aquino. That's the guy that was over the fucking gate program. Yeah, let's watch this.
I'm talking about the set.
It's a crazy fact. My dad was stationed with Aquino, with Lieutenant Aquino. That's the guy that was over the satanic influence over the gate program.
Yeah.
With Lieutenant Aquino back in 82. My dad was an MP, was investigating pentagrams on the base. Then when the child abuse cases popped up, they made my dad and his partner quit investigating due to, quote, MPs don't investigate felonies. Yeah, that sounds about right to me. Everything we're learning about the military. And again, this is not the people that are not at the very top. It's always at the very top. But man, too many stories about what's going on these bases, the cover-ups, and the sense when you go backwards that they wanted to establish this cult of military. That's what it feels like. It's a military cult. And how can you deny that it's satanic when they just kind of let him run psychological operations? You wanted us to have a satanic psyche? It's just completely crazy. Anyway, some of the comments that are coming in for today's episode. First comment from Rachel. Grateful for the role that you are playing in humanity's awakening. Charlie knew what your purpose would be. Many have come before, but you have an army of light behind you. Stay wise, stay alert, and keep going. We are with you and this movement. Thank you so much. And it really is all of us. And like I said, as terribly awful and that as his death was, and as corrupt as it was, and how it makes us all feel spiritually sick that it was done in broad daylight with the intention of having us all watch it. If there is any silver lining in it, it is that it does seem to have catalyzed our perception. It does seem to have catalyzed us waking up globally to how evil the people are that rule over us. Docket Dakota writes, I think you knew it from the beginning. Charlie was becoming too aware of his own captivity. Reality is catching up with me, taking my inner child and fighting for custody with these responsibilities they entrusted me. You're referring to the yay power verse that Charlie sent me. Yeah, I think it was catching up with him. That is correct. And he started realizing, like, whoa, like, am I allowed to be a person outside of this thing? And their answer came back forcefully, which was no. Macy writes, appreciate your content. If they don't like you so much, why not just scrub the internet of you? Is this a planned awakening? They did. You guys remember, please. Are you new here?
Have y'all heard that
last
Candice
year,
Owens
2024,
part of the CIA shop?
The what?
Have you heard that theory, Brandy?
What is it?
That Candice, you know how people say that Joe Rogan or Alex Jones, like some of these other people, these conspiracy theorists, that they are part of the CIA. They're part of the SOP. They're part of MK Ultra. The theory has been being bounced around that Candice was one of those people, like somebody that's like told what to do. She's handled and controlled by the CIA.
Yeah.
With the information that she releases.
I have. That's a possibility.
Yeah.
If you look at her husband and stuff like that, you can, there's a lot of
these are CIA programs. The GATE program, that's a CIA program.
Handler is
Ultra, CIA, Stargate, CIA. All this Mossad stuff. The CIA is battling Mossad, or like supposedly, but like Candice's theory is that they're working together.
Yeah.
For the same satanic influences, for the same satanic deities.
I mean, it's possible.
Something to think about.
Yeah.
Something to think about.
Struggle.
Sorry,
we had to really fight. That's why we ended up building the Candice Owens website, was because they knocked us, they demonetized us on YouTube. They were throttling us. I'm literally banned from countries. Like we wanted to go on tour, and so I could speak, and they banned me from a country. Again, now I'm sure they're wondering, was that helpful? Especially, they must have wondered that when we went #1 globally. But what ended up happening was their evil plans forced me to really focus on this podcast and what I wanted to do with this podcast, since I wasn't allowed to go on tour, and they were trying to get me
wild
canceled
card that nobody was
successfully for speaking
expecting.
events.
That's what I feel. That's
He's
how.
the truth teller that popped up like we did. Like, wait a minute, something ain't right. This
Yeah.
don't feel right. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that, and like she's just now starting to put it together. Like, yeah, she's had handlers her whole life. And
Yeah.
so did Charlie. And like, how long had they known about this awakening?
Yeah.
How long had they been trying to control it? That's what this is all leading to, is the control of the Great Awakening.
Yeah.
Wild. CIA
It really-
is something. CIA is something. If y'all haven't dug into their documents yet, they're fucking the shit that they've been releasing since Trump's been president. You need to do that.
Yeah.
I'd like to share some of it. We're going to dig into the GATE program and stuff further, though. I think that it's a good time to do it, since we have some new GATE kids waking up.
I can't see the chat from where I'm at, so.
Oh, I wasn't looking at it either. I haven't looked at it in forever. Last I see is somebody said, I don't trust them doctors.
Yeah.
I was in my own world over here. I've been making notes. I got a lot going on. My brain is turned on this evening, y'all. Candice turns on my brain in ways that only Brandy can, it seems like. So, she makes me think about things that are outside of the box and how things are connected. Like I keep saying, everything's connected. Everything's connected. It's going to blow your minds whenever you connect the dots. It did mine. Like it's coming together. It'll come.
I got catching up to do.
And calling people up and threatening them for hosting me on stage. All of that happened in 2024. So I certainly do not think, to answer your question, Macy, that evil wants everyone to be aware of them. That's not, nope. Right. Satan loves the dark. Okay. They love the dark. They hate light. Alyssa writes, Kathy O'Brien would be a powerful interview. You have a platform to give her a stronger voice. I just finished her book, Transformation of America. Yes, I've heard about Kathy O'Brien. There are so many people that I could speak to. I know about Project Monarch. We've spoken about it on this show as being the precursor to what the Nazis did here, which was all about traumatizing children. Moderator Marzi writes, a lot of drama involving ICE. I wanted to let you know that some of them get training and recruitment from Israel directly from the IDF. This potentially means Israeli citizens in the USA deporting people using federal authority for criticizing Israel. I do not like the military direction that the Trump administration is taking. I will say that right off the bat. Once I realize that he does not have his own thoughts and he is not controlling anything, and that the Zionists are controlling his entire cabinet, no. I don't like what they're doing in Israel. Why would I want Zionists to have control, which they already have since they killed JFK, of our military today and then cheer them on taking to the streets? Again, that feels like they're trying to go, well, you're MAGA, you like Trump, so accept this. And it's like, well, Trump's not acting MAGA. Trump is acting never Trump. So I've always been never Trump. So I can't support this. I can't support anything that he's doing. I'm certainly not cheering it on. But also, I've already retired from politics. Like I told you, I kind of hate everybody. I think that's good. I think that means I've become reasonable now that I hate both sides and realize that it's the same evil by a different name. Anderson writes, what the heck? Sleep paralysis is crazy. The hat man, shadow man, and feeling like someone is on your chest. I was in GATE as a kid. The pink drink. Yes, he gave me that. Do you guys all have, I need to look at the chat right now. Were you guys all forced to literally drink fluoride? I know that sounds crazy now that we know what it does, that it burns your pineal glands. But yes, were you guys all forced to do that in class? Like take a shot of fluoride, the pink drink, the binaural sounds, and I have narcolepsy. What they have in common is REM sleep. Yeah, I think they were testing us in more ways than possible. In fact, my cousin thinks that even when they make us take hearing tests, that they're actually doing frequency tests. And if certain kids can hear certain frequencies, they mark them. When she told me that, I was like, no, not another conspiracy that I instantly believe. Drake the Wolf writes, do you ever feel like the feds are taking notes every time their story gets picked apart so that the same mistakes aren't made in the future? Or am I giving them too much credit for I think the cat's out of the bag, so to speak. It's out of the bag. They were doing really good for a long time. 60s was their golden decade. But I don't know, they became the magicians that believe in their own magic, and they believed in their own power, and they underestimated the power of the illusion. So it was really us believing in them that mattered more than the power that they had amassed while we believed in them. That's just my perspective. Benny writes, Fuentes said on his show last night that we need to stop talking about pedos in relation to Epstein. He called the teen girls, some that are 13 and 14, barely legal. Being upset about it makes you a libtard. The only problem was him being an Israel spy. I don't watch Nick Fuentes. I obviously, as soon as I had him here and then he flipped, like somebody gave him instructions and then looked into him even slightly, it was the most obvious thing to me in the entire world. He's a federal informant. So yeah, I don't even, it doesn't even hit. I just don't care. But I also don't care. People watch him and they love him. So it doesn't shock me, obviously, that he was very much on the Charlie Kirk was totally taken out by a 30-06 by one person load shooter on the rooftop, because that makes sense. Those were the federal talking points. Lex writes, same people who hate Candice love Stranger Things. Same government, just fake and gay.
There's like 30 seconds to this video.
Okay,
so
you can go ahead and start the next one if you want to, whenever you get back.
Yeah, because I've had some groceries delivered.
That in the meantime. Oh. So what do you think about that Brandy Project Looking Glass?
About Dan Flood.
I mean, it's very, very possible.
Yeah.
All right, I'll be back.
All right, you guys, it is MLK Day, which means that absolutely no one can tell me that I cannot talk about my dreams today.
Yeah, this was dropped 4 hours. Yeah.
Okay.
Yell out if you need me. I'll be able to hear you. I just will be muted.
You can go ahead.
Thank you.
Today might actually just be one long I had a dream speech. Well, guess what? We found out something stunning about Dan Flood that apparently everybody missed. And this is actually potentially a game changer, or rather, it might reveal how the entire game works. It makes perfect sense now to me that the feds are doing nothing to investigate Charlie Kirk's assassination. Speaking of which, Turning Point USA has done a thing. They've done a thing. They sent a cease and desist letter to a relatively small YouTuber, Wolves and Finance. We've shown a clip of Wolves and Finance on the show once. I assume that this means that Andrew Colvett is still heading up the PR department, because it's a disaster. Welcome back to Candice. Okay, before we get started, a quick thank you to Nimi Skincare for supporting the show. Nimi Skincare makes my skin glow. They're straightforward, effective. They make their products here in America, and they are consistent with the principles that I care about. So visit NIMIskincare.com today. Okay, you guys, let the floodgates open.
Nimi Skincare.
Crazy what I'm about to tell you. And how I discovered it is actually even crazier. So you might imagine that I get a lot of emails, some of which are a little less than sane. I will say that. That's putting it mildly. And there was this one guy who was emailing me consistently saying that, first and foremost, he knew that Charlie was going to be assassinated, all sorts of things that immediately made my eyebrow raise, obviously. For example, he said that he knew who killed JFK. A group of people, he said, killed JFK. All right, buddy. That's what I was thinking, I'm sure. He said that the families of those who had orchestrated the murder of JFK, corrupt cops, mafia members, I believe, obviously, that, they were a part of the ensemble. But he said that those same families were also involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, a group of Texas boys. I'm like, right, sure, got it, not answering this. He even said that Golda Meir, the one-time prime minister of Israel, well, her and Lyndon Baines, he said, are brother and sister, and he knows this for a fact. Now, I'd say that's the most convincing thing he said, because they are absolute twins. But anyway, obviously, I was not biting on any of this, because even if it were true, what am I going to do with all this information? Like, I can't get into a time machine and call for new elections in 1963. I already hate Lyndon Baines Johnson for free. I already think he's involved in JFK's assassination. And Golda Meir, look, I'm not exactly known as the voice of the Israeli people. So then he starts emailing me in another inbox, and he says something to the effect of, I see that you have tunnel vision and all you care about is Charlie Kirk's assassination. So why don't I tell you about how that worked so that maybe you will begin to see the bigger picture here? And he says, and I'm going to put in a very strong allegedly here because I don't have any proof of this, but it's relevant that I tell you this to get to the part where I do have proof of what he's saying. He says that allegedly all of the bought and paid for cops throughout America are a part of what's known as the cattleman's ball, colloquially, the cattle baron ball, which he claims is just one big, massive money laundering operation from Israel to buy off cops here in America. He claims that he was a part of it, by the way. So basically, this guy's implicating himself in a crime. Now, in case you're wondering off the bat, did I report this crime? I obviously have not even heard back from the feds regarding my initial report into what happened to Charlie Kirk. So why would I waste my time building upon the report when I haven't heard from them? Okay, that doesn't make any sense. Not really. They're not really investigating things. I think we all accept that at this point. Anyway, for a little bit of background here, in case you're not familiar with sometimes known as the Cattleman's Ball, but more correctly should be known as the Cattle's Baron Ball down in Dallas, Texas. It's a single night fundraiser for the American Cancer Society. And it's massive. To be clear, it's the world's largest single night fundraiser. It was founded 50 years ago in Dallas, Texas, and now it's basically spread its tentacles into other states, presumably, again, fighting cancer. And we can pull up the website here so you can see multiple states that they're in. Majority Texas, obviously, but you can also see they got Kansas, Oregon, and some other states. Florida, Orlando, Florida's up there. Nebraska also once hosted its own Cattle Barons Ball that might be relevant. They eventually, from the Cattle Barons Ball, minted their own separate 501c3 referred to as Cattleman's Ball, which is the same exact idea, but it benefits a different cancer center, the Fred and Pamela Buffett Cancer Center. Same idea, different beneficiary. Now, again, I want to assert that I cannot confirm those claims, that that's how cops are being paid off. I'm telling you that because the next piece he gave me, I was able to research. Again, paraphrasing, but he kept going on with, you're obsessed with Fort Huachuca. You think Charlie has been tracked for a while, right? Well, you haven't even figured out who Dan Flood is. Dan Flood is connected to both. You think he was an inside job from the feds? And none of you guys have even worked out who Dan Flood's father is. I said, okay, now you've got my attention. And you guys, I don't know how I missed it. Let me just say, LOL to the idea that the feds are going to do anything to look into what happened on September 10th. Because let me introduce to you guys Dan Flood's daddy, Mr. Robert Eugene Flood. Okay, now you see his picture up here. Yep, 33. Always got to see it. 33 years with the Texas A&M University Police Department Chief Deputy Robert Flood. It tells us the 232nd session, retired after 35 years of law enforcement in Illinois and Texas. Why don't you remember that? Illinois and Texas. His last assignment was with the Bosque County, Texas Sheriff's Office. Okay. Now we're going to pull up his LinkedIn because it's a bit of a journey. It's a journey. Okay. It tells us that he, and honestly, I don't know if you can scroll to the bottom here so we can go bottom up and kind of get into, first and foremost, yes, FBI, graduated from the FBI National Academy. It tells us that state of Texas Master Peace Officer. But if you can go to scroll up a bit, and we're going to just go to, show all 10 experiences and scroll from the bottom so we can look at this live. Okay, so we know he's a Marine. We learned that he was a staff sergeant for the Marines, and he was particularly in charge of surveillance and target acquisition, small arms and weapons, tactical radio communications, aviation, ordnance, and weapons systems. You scroll up, And it tells us that he was working in Franklin Park, Illinois for over a decade. That's right on the basically a couple of streets over from where Charlie Kirk was raised. And I was going, okay, that's really interesting. I then tried to find a single trace of his name mentioned in the news in Illinois. You would think if you were as it states here, crime scene technician, SWAT team leader, patrol division supervisor, criminal investigator, there would be tons of articles about. I couldn't find anything. Doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It just means that I could not find anything at first, second, and third glance. Okay, then this random Electro Rent Corporation, which runs from Tokyo, Japan to Chicago. Let me know if you guys know what that is. Then we learned he became a lieutenant colonel in the Army Reserve. Okay, we can scroll up here. Then he retired as a lieutenant colonel. He was then the captain of police, and some of this is concurrent, so it's interesting, for the University Park Police back down in Texas, chief deputy sheriff for Texas law enforcement. It goes on and on, okay? This guy, no question, is and was a Fed. And then it interestingly tells us that he joined the FBI AA. So in case you're like me and you have no idea what the FBI AA is, that stands for the Federal Bureau of Investigation's Agent Association, which is another charity founded in 1981. I can't believe this is legal, but I guess if you're the feds, it's all legal. Founded in 1981, where former and current feds come together to, and this is directly from their website, help FBI special agents join together to protect and advance the interests of their profession. Okay, what does that mean? A bunch of agents are coming together. That's according to their website. It says that their force, this FBI AA, consists of 14,000 former and current feds. Now, again, this is a charity. So if I'm a billionaire, I could just cut a check and buy me some federal officers. Again, I'm asking questions. That's how it works in charity world. We're learning that with Turning Point USA. The bigger the check you cut, the more influence you have on their operations. You can tell what they think about, what they talk about. So if I write
it does.
$10 million
It's so corrupted.
do I have federal officers in every state? Anyway, yes, Dan Flood's family, as you can see, both his mother and his father, by the way, are from Illinois, just where Charlie, in the same area that Charlie came up in. And though I cannot assert this, I can't say this with certainty, I would be willing to bet that Mr. Flood, Dan's father, Robert Eugene Flood, probably knew Bill Montgomery, the guy who convinced Charlie to start Turning Point USA in Illinois, in the same neighborhood. Don't forget, Bill Montgomery was also military as well. He was Air Force. And now to clarify, because I got a lot of emails about this, the X-Men school, I keep referring to it as the X-Men school that Charlie went to after they wanted to drug him for being brilliant, and his mother said no. That school is Quest Academy in Palatine, Illinois. It was formerly named the Children's Creative Academy.
Brandy, I got a question for you in a minute about how she said they wanted to drug him.
It was Bill Montgomery who organized and initially paid, you should know, for the full-time security.
From a young age, and she always said no.
He arranged that.
Yeah,
Bill Montgomery chose to hire Schaefer
and
Security.
I remember you telling me something,
Greg
a similar story about Caleb.
Working under Greg Schaefer was Dan Flood and Brian Harpole. And there's no
That they were
mystery regarding Greg
pushing you to
Schaefer.
medicate him.
He also is from Dallas, Texas,
Do I remember
working
that right?
for the FBI on the elite
Or did I
hostage
dream
and
that?
rescue team. He was a supervisor on the Dallas Joint Terrorism Task Force. And get this, also another Eastern European connection, because he was also a part of their organization in Budapest. In Budapest, Hungary. If you didn't know, the FBI also has sub offices all around the globe, and Greg was at least stationed in Budapest. He probably was stationed in other places. So Bill Montgomery, you got this guy. He hires Greg Schaefer and Dan Flood, and they're going to stay with Charlie forever. Brian Harpole. So we jump back into the narrative because it's going to get even more interesting. We had closed out last week informing you about New Braunfels, Texas, because people on the internet who had been tracking Erica's plane noticed that it kept going to this seemingly random city in Texas. And we dismissed that as potentially a nothing burger or something that makes sense, a sensible burger, because Turning Point's #1 donor, who last year in June cut a check for $10 million, the couple, Nelda and Carl Buckman, they live there, okay? What we didn't know at the time, we didn't know until this weekend, is that they aren't the only ones that live there. Dan Flood also lives in New Braunfels, Texas. I can confirm that. That's a fact. The question is why? What or who inspired Dan, who is from Allen, Texas, to move out to New Braunfels? That's where he graduated high school, by the way, in Allen, Texas. We know that for a fact because one of his high school buddies after the assassination posted this. Bro, the head of Charlie Kirk's security team, the guy they say is in on it was my friend as a kid. We grew up together. I went to middle and high school with Dan Flood. Matter of fact, last time I saw him, he was doing security for some Dallas billionaire at the Cattlemen's Ball. What a crazy small world. Yeah, this dude has been in private security for at least 20 years. I had no idea running it for TV USA.
It's a small world.
I would like to know, since he happened to mention the should be cattle barons ball in Texas where he ran into him, who were billionaires.
That's a deep one.
I think that could be a very interesting thing to know, don't you? Couldn't that be interesting to know? Because there have been a lot of things that are coming up here. We've noted that oddly, all of Charlie's security that day was from Texas, from Rick Cutler to Dan Flood, even Brian Harpole. Brian Harpole, you should know, was also born in Dallas, Texas. And similar to Dan, his father, Bobby Harpole, back in 2018, when he was running for county sheriff in Erath, Texas, he gave an interview about his upbringing where he said, and I quote, "I was born in Denton, Texas, and grew up a quote unquote military brat, living in numerous states and Europe. I started my law enforcement career in 1968 with the Texas Department of Public Safety, living in Amarillo for the Texans, Childress, Amarillo, Floresville, and Stevensville. I retired from TDPS as a sergeant in highway patrol. I then went to work for the Erath County Sheriff's Office, and after 12 years of service, retired as captain." Okay, interesting. They have tons of military ties. It's unbelievable. In fact, now his dad is working at a funeral home, which feels interesting, changing career there at the end. The point is that when you begin to look into Harpole's extensive military and law enforcement ties, it brings you to the Pacific, through Europe, and of course, all through Texas, just like the Flood family. And yes, it goes back decades, okay? All of this to say, maybe the Dallas Buyers Club might get a new meaning. What are we buying down in Dallas, actually? What did happen in 1963? Why did this person know that? He claims that he has worked with their families. Are we expected to believe that the feds are meaningfully investigating the feds? How does that work?
Right.
As a hypothetical question, and Brian Harpole were actually guilty of organizing Charlie Kirk's assassination. Again, this is hypothetical. Do you believe that the feds would turn them over? I'm thinking they wouldn't. And that was kind of the point of what this person was saying to me. It's like, this corruption goes back to Dallas in the 60s. There's nothing that anybody can do.
JFK.
Anyways, thought it was an interesting tidbit that I wanted to give to you guys. We'll be right back after a brief break from our sponsors.
All the corruption goes all the way back.
What I am using on my skin, the answer, of course, is Nimi Skincare. It's a brand that I trust, and it's what I have stayed with. I've always believed that taking care of yourself isn't super complicated routine. What you need is actually simplicity. And Nimi Skincare is clean. It's straightforward. It's made right here in America. So I don't feel like I'm guessing what I'm putting on my skin. And that gives me peace of mind, which actually matters. January is definitely a tough month on your skin. There's cold air, dry heat. All of it starts to add up. That's not the time to experiment with or chase trends. It's time to be consistent and take care of what you already have. For me, good skin isn't about doing more. It's about making sure that I keep up with what I am doing consistently. And sticking with Nimi Skincare has been a part of that. You can learn more at nimiskincare.com. And if you want to use my code Candice10 at checkout, you will save an additional 10% off your order. That's nimiskincare.com. Also remind you guys about PDS debt, because whether you are struggling with credit cards, personal loans, or medical bills, PDS Debt has custom options to help you get out of debt. They go beyond the numbers to understand your unique financial situation and to craft a personalized plan that's designed just for you. There's no minimum credit score required. They're here to help you save more, pay off your debt faster, and start putting money back where it belongs, which is in your pocket.
I don't have control.
PDS Debt is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. It boasts thousands of 5-star reviews on Google, and it holds a 5-star rating on Trustpilot. PDS has helped hundreds of thousands of people get out of debt. Every month that you wait, it'll cost you more in interest and in fees. So there's no better time to start thinking about how to take control of your debt than right now. Do not wait another month. Take back control in 30 seconds. Get your free personalized assessment and the best option available to you by visiting pdsdebt.com/Candice. Again, that's pdsdebt.com/Candice. Okay, so new conspiracy just dropped. I'm dropping a new conspiracy today for funsies. You know, in the movie Mean Girls, when Lindsay Lohan sabotages Regina George, she sabotages her diet at least by giving her these nutrient-dense bars from Africa, but telling Regina that the bars are actually going to help her lose weight. And then she realizes that she's been sabotaged and she screams. That's what I have to imagine is happening at Turning Point USA. Like somebody's just setting Erica Kirk up, right? It's probably Elizabeth McCoy. I feel like if I had, it's her because they're like best friends, and Elizabeth and Mikey are like in the shadows, like it's going to be us. We're going to be next. Turning Point is ours. And so she's pretending to be Erica's BFF, but secretly giving her the worst advice of all time. She's like, you should wear glitter tonight. I don't think there's enough glitter. You need glitter on makeup, head to toe, all of it. You look amazing. Charlie loved pyrotechnics, and he also liked that Nicki Minaj Monsterverse. I think you need both. We got to do both. We need to put the fun in funeral. I don't know. That's what I think. I think it's Elizabeth McCoy. Remember, it was Elizabeth McCoy. It was her idea.
How's
to
that
put the
for a
tent up.
theory?
It's her. This is my conspiracy theory. It's Elizabeth McCoy. She's going to slide to that spot. And then she's going to wear black, and she's going to actually mourn Charlie and be like, I don't know what Erica was thinking. She wants the throne. Ooh. Anyways, that's my best excuse that I can offer. The best excuse that I can summon for every move that the organization is making, which has just been disastrous. It's clown world over there. And now, to add to that, to snowball, someone has made the brilliant decision to send a cease and desist letter to a relatively small YouTube channel who's made interesting videos regarding the finances of Turning Point USA. Has he gotten everything right? Of course not. We even said when he got something very wrong, like the wrong person, I tweeted and said, this is not the right person. You should take this down. And guess what? He immediately took it down and corrected it and removed it from his content. So this isn't like a bad faith actor by any means. It's wolves in finance. And I'm referring to the presenter, Zach Gregorio. I'm going to let him explain to you what happened. Take a listen.
Zach Gregorio?
This week, I received a letter from Turning Point titled Demand to Cease and Desist Defamatory Comments. This is the first step when someone sues you for defamation. I know there are a lot of people out there making videos about Turning Point, so you should pay attention to this. They have started sending out cease and desist letters, and for some reason, they've decided to start with me. Apparently, they cannot handle the criticism from my teeny tiny YouTube channel. This letter is showing the world the type of organization Turning Point has become under Erica Kirk. They want to send legal letters to small YouTube creators. So we're going to go through this letter. Now, it is nice that we have this letter with their official statements, but the letter does nothing to change my suspicions. It does not address most of my questions. Instead of answering my questions, it is the precursor to a lawsuit unless I change my statements. That does nothing to reduce my suspicions. For the sake of avoiding miscommunication, I can change the title of the video if that makes them more happy. I already changed it from More Fraud at Turning Point USA to More Fraud at Turning Point USA, allegedly.
I just enjoy him. There's something about it. It's like my teeny tiny YouTube channel. Allegedly. I enjoy that. I'm sorry for laughing at that because it's funny. It is funny. And it's ridiculous. Guys, I thought we left in 2025. I thought that I did this for everybody. You can't just sue people to make them shut up. We have to be done with that as a society. It is a uniquely American phenomenon of suing people for everything, get into your car accidentally gently touches somebody else's car. Now you need the cops there. The insurance agency is getting involved. I mean, the whole scam of suing people just needs to end. Okay. It just needs to end. Get a job, work hard. If you feel that someone is putting out wrong information about you, don't start a cease and desist letter with, we don't intend to sue you. That's what he's saying is correct. That is exactly what a cease and desist is for. It's the first step to suing somebody. Otherwise, this could have been an email. If I got him to take something out of his video after I shared it, I said, this is incorrect. And he did it, when I say instantly, immediately took down the video and corrected it. Why can't Turning Point try to behave like a human and just have somebody email from the PR office, hey, Andrew, this could be you, and say, hey, I do PR for Turning Point USA. Happy to answer some of your questions. Just send them over. Or say, hey, you got this wrong. Do you mind please updating this? This is not right. They have so much money. They just are spending money on stupidity. And again, what is your end goal? As he says later on, he's like, I don't have any money. What is your end goal here with sending this letter? It's obviously going to backfire. But I just want to say the energy of this, I have lawyers, I can sue you, I'm rich. It needed to be left behind in 2025 with Brigitte Macron. Okay. And of course, it backfires immediately. It backfires spectacularly because now Turning Point is on record because of this video and because of this letter that they sent him. They are now on record going against themselves on record. We have received so many different stories from them regarding the drones that were there on the day of Charlie's assassination. First, Frank Turek came out and he said that while they were driving over to the event, he was showing Charlie live drone footage on his phone. And Charlie loved it. He was like, it's amazing. Then Brian Harpole, apparently unaware that Frank Turek had already told the truth, he moved to tell Sean Ryan that actually there were no drones because the university denied their request to fly them. And people were like, hey, wait a minute, that's ridiculous. You guys are saying two different statements. Why does it look like you're lying all the time? So, of course, Andrew Colvett came out, swooped in with his always perfecting PR, and he said this regarding the mix-up. Take a listen.
Early on, Frank Turek talked about that on the way there that, he actually was looking at Charlie's phone and he saw drone footage from the event. Now, I had talked to, with that in mind, number one, I went to UVU and I actually put the drone up. We were going to do the survey. Immediately, we were, law enforcement came up and said, hey, look, we need you to take down that drone. Now, my drone pilot had already made all the necessary steps with the FFA to make sure that we could do that. And I explained to the law enforcement officer, hey, look, you guys don't control this airspace. But he's like, well, we got policies. You have to do this. And we're not going to sit there and argue with them, right? So we ended up grounding the drone. We went and jumped through some hoops. We were trying to get some documents done. Long story short, what we ended up having to do was leave campus. We flew the drone. We were off campus. We flew the drone. We got the survey. So that kind of reinforced other people saying, Brian Harpole specifically saying, like, hey, we couldn't get permission to get a drone up in the air. And of course, people took that, what Frank said at the beginning, and said, hey, this is clear indication of lying and or a conspiracy. Well, what I found out was the picture that was being pushed around saying, hey, this is proof that there was drone footage it was very clear to me once I saw that picture. It is a wide angle shot of the crowd
and let's
from
throw
the
that
second
up.
floor.
Yeah, let's throw that up.
Yeah.
This is actually I think the images, guys, I sent them to you. Yeah, this is actually, there was a walkway or a bridge elevated that was just from our events team that was setting up that event. They went up there as they always did, to show Charlie the crowd size. So they took those images.
Yeah, and I completely understand
20
why.
seconds, Gary.
Frank,
yeah,
I understand why Frank thought this was a drone. But again, I think it almost shows that the lack of conspiracy, because you guys aren't sitting in there, micromanaging what people say. It's just different people's perspectives, and there isn't some sort of collusion.
Yeah, that's really nice. Except now Turning Point USA's lawyer is going to dispute Andrew, and the worst PR, the worst person that PR money could buy, Paramount Tactical, because in the letter to Wolves in Finance, he says, no, there were drones, but it was only allowed for some people. But there were drones that day. Take a listen.
On December 7th, I posted a video called Top 10 Clowns of the Year. In this video, I called Turning Point my number
We gotta
one
check this guy
fan
out,
of the
Brandy.
year. I talked about the
I wrote
now
his name
infamous
down.
interview with Turning Point's chief security person talking about the day that Charlie Kirk was murdered. I point out the massive contradiction where he says they were not allowed to fly drones. Then I show the interview with Frank Turek where he says he was watching drone footage with Charlie Kirk. This part is breaking news because I'm not aware this has ever been discussed. The lawyer in this letter says the following: there was no discrepancy. UVU prohibited Turning Point USA from flying drones for security purposes during the event, but did allow a Turning Point USA media production drone to briefly fly over the location before the event to collect limited B-roll footage. First of all, how could this be defamatory if I had no idea about any of this? Second, I find this explanation absurd. You are telling me that the security team was not allowed drones, but the media team was?
Right.
That is the official explanation from Turning Point's lawyer. My honest opinion is I do not believe that. But if that did happen, that is really silly, and it may have cost Charlie Kirk his life.
He is all of us. It's so absurd. Guys, you've had so much time to get your story straight. Were there drones? Were there not drones? Now, it's okay, there were drones, but only some people could have them. The media team was allowed to fly drones temporarily, and then he saw that. We were just told by Paramount Tactical and Andrew that was just the wide shot that Frank saw. Now we're like, oh no, the media team, that is what happened. They were allowed to fly drones, but security couldn't. What? You're going to let media fly drones temporarily to get a shot, but you're not going to let the security team fly drones temporarily to get a shot of what they're looking at? That make any sense? And by the way, hey, Brian Harpole, how about being resourceful? If you figured out the media team could do it and they could get it to Frank, why didn't they get it to you? Why didn't they get to you what the rooftops looked like? Oh, I know, because you're all lying. That's pretty obvious by now. You're all lying. Please just stop lying about everything.
I love it. I love
because
that
eventually
she's just like,
what's
"Stop fucking
happening is what we're going through right now. The public is having to decide whether or not you have been making genuine mistakes repeatedly,
the age of truth.
or if you have been fibbing nonstop at all hours of every day because you're engaged in a cover-up. And I am of the latter opinion. I have been for a while. There are just too many inconsistencies at all time. It's not that difficult to remember the truth. Judge Judy, watched it in bed with my grandma. If you're going to be a liar, you better have a good memory. And it turns out none of you guys have a good memory. The person that had the photographic memory is dead. That was Charlie Kirk. Okay. That was your boy wonder, and you've now lost him. Speaking of inconsistencies, for example, last week I told you that in working on this investigation, the theme of sex trafficking, it's coming up too much. Child sex trafficking in particular. And so I was interested in Erica having said that while she was quote unquote living in China, she was working with victims of sex trafficking. Okay. I want you to remember what she said. Take a listen.
I decided to create something called Everyday Heroes Like You, where we're able to, originally, it was focused on bringing funds and awareness to various grassroots organizations that were in specific communities that would be able to have volunteers that are transparent with their funds, that are actually doing what they're saying they're doing, instead of just having 70% of the funds go to admin and only 30% towards the cause. It kind of grew into something more global. I was living in China and doing a lot of work with the victims from sex trafficking, and then began to phase that into.
What's it say, Randy Taylor? I thought it said Brandy Taylor for a second.
In the Army, and then was able to work with a orphanage in Romania to help sustain them during their winter seasons, and giving them more clothing items or tangible items rather than just money.
Then I told you guys that having asked this question through an official channel, Turning Point USA, I received a response alleging that Erica never lives there. So that's coming from Erica. She actually never lived there. They said that she simply visited for 2 weeks, you know, like a tourist, just to visit the Great Wall and perhaps see other monuments in history. Then somebody emailed me an interesting video of Charlie Kirk. And apparently he disagrees with that new assessment. This is a video of Charlie debating someone named Ben Carollo. Take a listen.
When you go to China, let me just tell you, you'll drive down the street and you will see dead people laying in the middle of the street. You will see people defecating.
Go to China then. Go to China. Take a video.
Actually,
Bring
you know
these
what?
Cameras. Go to China. Take a video with these cameras. I dare you right now.
Unlike you, my wife lived in China for 6 months, and she'll show you the videos. She'll show you the images. They don't have a regard for human life. They don't value people as the individual.
What's going on here? Okay, will the real Erica Kirk please stand up? Okay, because this isn't, you can't say you lived there, but say you didn't live there or there for a trip. And now you've got your husband saying my wife lived there. So he clearly thought you lived there. You thought you lived there. And then somehow now you don't want to live there. And the reason I think is because after doing a little bit of digging, I saw on a real estate profile that you said that it was the charity Everyday Heroes. So that would check out because that's what you were doing with that charity. And that's what you said in the interview that was affiliated, or adjacent work that you were doing for Everyday Heroes in China. I would still like to know more about that. So since our official answer from Turning Point USA is that she was only there visiting, and yet we have her and Charlie on record saying that she was living there, I would like to know specifically what charity in China she was working with. And I'm sure, I know people in China don't have access to YouTube. I do know that they're somehow watching my show. If you know more about that, what they were doing, what charity they were working on, I would like to know. More tips at CandiceOwens.com. Like I said, I'm working on this Erica Kirk timeline, and I want everything to be legit. And there's a lot of information out there. There is a lot of wrong information.
Sorry, guys.
It's okay.
Had the vacuum on and couldn't hear a bloody thing, so hopefully I didn't miss anything. Yeah.
Out there, a lot of correct information out there. I want to pull it all together. So more tips at CandiceOwens.com. When was she in China? What specific charity was she working with that was helping victims of sex trafficking? Anyway, in other news, great news, Operation Mocking Pastor is back.
That's a good question because have y'all heard about the theory where her Romanian angels was actually stealing people's children in Romania?
Yeah, she was banned. She was banned.
She is banned from Romania for child trafficking. Erica Kirk is.
Yeah, herself. I read that somewhere.
Is that what Candice is trying to link up here, reckon?
Possibly. Possibly, very possibly.
She was running a charity in China for sex trafficking victims, but running a sex trafficking operation in Romania.
Romania, yeah.
You know, like how I'm like, yeah, they do good in the community too.
Yeah,
that's a perfect example of that.
Uh-huh.
Perfect illustration.
Just
because
FYI,
somebody does good doesn't mean that they're not doing evil shit in the dark.
Oh, there's a lot of people like that.
Mm-hmm.
Never get caught, but
yeah. How great! Like, there's this whole charity for sex trafficking victims. Meanwhile, you're stealing people's children and trafficking them yourself in another country, where legal action was taken. She was actually banned from the country.
Yeah,
her organization was banned from the country.
Hey, Tyre, just out of interest, you know when you do your monetization thing, how you have to go through all those questions and submit your rating on your content?
What?
Have you never had to do that?
No.
All right. Okay. I'll have to go with that.
Oh, wait. Yeah, like where it's like controversial issues or something?
Yeah.
When you go to monetize it? Yes.
Yes. You might have to up this one because there's a
yeah,
lot
I need to do it. I
it.
tried to do it a while ago and it's hung up somehow. I might have to do it later. It
but yeah,
let me do it from my phone.
I think you can do it through that back window that I told you, the customization.
Oh, can you?
Yep.
Let me go up to try. Okay.
I can have
Where
a go.
do I go?
But yeah. I think you can. I'll have a look myself.
Especially not when it comes to the Cornerstone Church. Remember, that was the church where we had the pastor get on stage and call me Candice Owens and Tucker Carlson when they get their talking points. And it looks like it's renewed, it's been refreshed. And this time, Cornerstone Church, different location, is also going to have a feature from our boy, Mr. Rob McCoy. Take a listen.
Hey everybody, Pastor Gary Hamrick here from Cornerstone Chapel, inviting you to a special Wednesday night service.
Who the fuck does that remind you of?
What?
5 o'clock.
Hold on a minute. I'm not on there. I can't see.
It's January the 21st, where we're going to talk about anti-Semitism. It's on the rise in churches and in conservative politics. Consider Candice Owens, Tucker Carlson. We'll talk about them too. I'll have special guests with me, Pastor Rob McCoy, the leader of Turning Point Faith, Samuel Smadja from Israel, an Israeli businessman. So join us on Wednesday, January the 21st.
The Israeli
See you then.
businessman. Not the Israeli businessman. Look, it is an Israeli business. Operation Mocking Pastor is an Israeli business. So I respect that. That's straightforward and it's honest. And so I hope you guys could go and it's going to be riveting. Maybe somebody could ask him a question about why he's trying to rehabilitate people that went to prison for harming children. Might be more relevant than me saying that, mass murdering Palestinians is wrong. I feel like that's more relevant, but maybe it's not. Because anti-Semitism is now noticing, right? Noticing what we're doing down in Argentina, noticing what we're doing over in Gaza and not getting into line and letting us get away with it. So it should be riveting. Again, don't know how people are attending these churches other than thinking of it as stand-up comedy, because that is a good reason. We all need to laugh. We all need to let loose. It's been, last year was a tough year. And if you're looking for comedy, Rob McCoy and the Cornerstone Church can provide that. So thank you guys. Also, and just the topic of shamelessness. I don't know if we pulled this, Skylar. If not, it's cool because I can bump it to tomorrow. Did we see the Fox News thing? Do you have that? Like they were basically promoting that Israel is giving Charlie an award for fighting anti-Semitism, like the country of Israel. Yeah, do you want to pull that up? This is just, it's so shameless. Israel will honor the late Charlie Kirk with an award for opposing anti-Semitism. They're not going to stop. They're like, this ghost belongs to us. It belongs to us. And it just makes you feel like they killed him. I don't know. They're just trying and doing too much. And you guys are going to love the fact that I have another text message that I'm going to reveal to you, which was sent to Charlie Kirk. Another, I would say,
promoting anti-Semitism
threat from one of his donors.
But he was
got a lot
speaking
more
against
information
it.
about it because apparently, hilariously, Turning Point USA purged a bunch of their employees that they thought were giving me information and they weren't. And so now they're giving me information. So it's going to be an amazing week. Tomorrow, though, we are going to have a joint show. My guest is going to be Baron Coleman. You guys have been asking for us to get together. And we are, because we both received a tip that is just, it's mind-blowing, actually. And I was like, look, you should just come on the show on Tuesday. Let's sit down and go through this and unpack it, because I think people are just going to go, what is going on in America? What is going on in the world? And yeah, anyways, we're going to have a very exciting show. Let's take a brief break and throw it to some sponsors. I think it's pretty obvious that there is a war on truth right now. You feel it, I feel it. And the biggest weapon that they have is the algorithm. Rewriting history, redefining morality to fit a broken secular agenda that has completely erased God. Boy, did that chat light up when I said Baron Coleman and me were coming together. I promised you we'd do it, and tomorrow is going to be a lot of fun. I'm so happy that we're going to have him in studio. It'll be live, same time. If you guys would like to support this show and independent journalism, I have new merch on the website, which is exciting. So you can go there to CandiceOwens.com. The world is ghetto. It is ghetto. They were like, how could you say the world is ghetto? You think you're an alien? All I'm saying is that I look around at what is happening here on planet Earth, and I refuse to acknowledge that I could possibly be from here. I have to be from a different galaxy, a way classier galaxy. World is indeed ghetto. You can get some of our other merch. You can get this conspiracy girly mug.
I refuse
it
to
makes
believe
a great
that I'm
gift
from
as
here.
well. All of everything that we have right now is super fresh. I love it. So head to CandiceOwens.com, and you can also buy the hard copy autographed bundle, both of my books signed by me. Also reminding you guys that our show is available in Spanish, French, and Portuguese. So if that is your first language, maybe it's your second language, you need to just get better at it. Links are in the description. Top comment from the last episode on Friday we aired. It was actually me being interviewed by Myron, which actually took place at the end of last year, and people really liked it. So we brought it forth onto this channel as well. And this is the top comment from 3021. This person wrote, my children will inherit the America that I fight for, or the America that I remain silent about. I'm glad that I butchered my own quote. Yes, that's why I fight. And that's why I think everyone should fight and grow louder in saying the truth. I believe that. I just look at our kids and I think we're going to be cowards and they're going to inherit it. And you can just feel like Satan just wrapping his tail around the world, and they're close, but you can now also feel daylight is getting through and a lot of people are waking up. All right. What do you guys have for me in today's comments? Let's see what is on your mind. Moderator Marzi writes, it's MLK Day. Let's not forget the deep state tried to get him to self-delete after they stalked him for years and then tried to blackmail him. Maybe that's why they want us to accept a Charlie Kirk Day and forget about it after they harassed Charlie. That is the way of the deep state. That's why I said when they put up that Charlie Kirk Day, I was like, aw, they definitely killed him. All right. I mean, come on. When they give you a day, it means we stalked you, we harassed you, we tried to destroy you and threaten you, and then we just found it easier to murder you. But we have we're guilty about that. So we're just gonna, they invited Kash Patel. It was wild. It was really wild. Dan Flood was there too. He was still providing security, which I thought was weird. Not gonna lie. Becca writes, Charlie believed in God and free speech, but not Erica. She is panicking. We see through your lies, Erica. We see right through you. I think that she is not leading that organization in a direction that Charlie Kirk would have led it. There, I will say that. The idea of a free speech organization, Charlie dying under a tent saying, I will debate you and your ideas. I will prove you wrong or you can prove me wrong. And now we've got like legal letters going out to YouTubers like, you're wrong. You're just wrong. And I'm going to sue you, or I'm not going to sue you, but I'm going to scare you. And then maybe I'll sue you. Scrub Girl writes, I grew up in Converse, Texas, and know New Braunfels, Texas well. It's definitely expanding rapidly the past couple of years. Yeah, I believe that there is some military stuff. One person said to me that it was an intel base. I couldn't find that myself. Maybe it's so good of an intel base that I didn't have enough intel on the intel base. That's a comment from our website. Jenny, I love you, writes, I was in the GATE program. We spoke about that. They were big mad when we suggested that the military was working on kids in these programs. So I know we can take that home and go ahead and digest it as a fact. Whenever they get real big mad and they start paying people to make a bunch of videos real quick, like, Candice says she was so crazy. She's crazier than she's ever been. It's crazy. I'm like, okay, it's not crazy at all. It's a fact. So it's a fact, 100%.
You want to go through these questions?
Yeah. Yeah, I like the question.
Project.
Did you see my?
Yeah. Cool. I have an affiliate link for True Blue Genetics too.
What?
True Blue Genetics for spores.
What's that?
It's a mushroom culture bank.
Oh, well, I'll buy through yours then. Send me the link.
I have to get it. It's been a while since I ordered, but I have to email them and get the link.
If you make money out of it, I'll order through you.
I don't know the percentages, but yeah, I will get a percent. I'm going to start making some content about it, like the science behind mushrooms and how it works and how it repairs the brain and the body.
Yeah.
So I'll be attaching the link to that whenever I get going.
Yeah.
Are you awake still, Brandy, or are you naked? You're going to be exhausted, aren't you? Oh, bugger.
I haven't tried
about that one too. So I was like, we're inching ever closer to what's happening. Anyways, I was reading your comment and here I am providing commentary before I even finished the comment. You said that of your GATE program, which was in a small district outside of California, you do not remember anything that was shady.
Was this chick in the GATE program? She talks like she was.
See,
yeah, she's a GATE kid.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's definitely a GATE kid.
And so was Charlie, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can give you some links to some other GATE kids too that are creators.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I'll share some good resources. Statements by Alex is amazing. I want to find that. I'll put the link in the chat if y'all want to educate yourselves about the GATE program and Wicked Mysterious. That's a good one.
But it's very interesting because you've got my generation that went through GATE. And, there's a lot of, why did they make us do a lot of things, that we did? But, it
makes sense to us now.
Yeah, now.
A lot of us, at least, why we had to do the things that we did, why we learned the things that we did.
if you want to do,
there's
I
Wicked
reckon the best way
Mysterious,
to-
and here is
the best way to do the links, Tyre, is copy and paste them into the description box. So
Okay.
they don't have to go scrolling through the chat to find them. They can just go into the description box and click on them, like the hyperlink, and just put something in the chat or pin it to the top and say, links to further research in description. That
Where
makes
do
it
you
easy
go
'cause
to
no
the
one wants
description box? Up here on edit? That's not
Yeah,
it.
you go up to edit and just paste it into the description.
It won't
Put
let me
whatever
do
you
it
want.
from here. I can do
Really?
it probably from, yeah, I can't do it from
You have
here.
to do it straight out.
Maybe from over here. Yeah, not once it's already started. I can put it in there after. I'll put it in after too.
Okay, yep.
I'm just going to throw them in the comments.
What
for
I've
now,
done is I've created
and
like
then I will add them to the description after.
I put all of those links onto like just like a blank page and just give it a heading, and then I save that, and then I just copy and paste it into the description.
Yeah.
Whenever
Yeah, I
need
can't
it.
access that. I don't think. Maybe.
No, I don't think it'll let you save it
I
while
don't
you're
think I
running.
can unless we're not.
All right.
Honestly, I felt like an outsider the whole time, but I only have about 5 or 6 solid childhood memories. The rest is blank. Is that normal? A lot of people in the GATE program said this, that they just have blank slates for their childhood. And I would say that's not normal. I would say that's not normal at all. I think we all usually have like blank slates if we're like 1, 2, 3, but you should remember your elementary school days. Facts All Biz writes, "Sup, Candice and crew. Dems love you. We may not agree on everything, but the way people are coming at you lets me know that you are the real deal. Respect from Brooklyn. Keep being real, G." Yeah, I'm just done with the false dialectic. I get what's happening. They're controlling both sides and they're Satanists. There we go. It's obvious what's happening. And they have us yelling at each other, but they're causing all of the issues and they're getting more and more control. That's what they're doing. That's what they're trying to achieve, is more control over the population. Michelle Miller writes, "It's amazing that investigating the suspicious death of your beloved friend has led you down all the roads that you were already dedicated to prior: global control and corruption. This path was meant to be. Christ is king." Yeah, all of the roads seem to be converging, and we've noticed that. I never thought that there would be all of the symmetry in speaking about Brigitte Macron and the weird child stuff that's happening, and suddenly getting into the Turning Point USA story and going, why do I keep coming up with this theme of trafficking and children, and all of this feels so wrong, and the elites. And so you were absolutely correct. I do think that globally we are definitely experiencing an awakening. And like I said in last week's episode, Project Looking Glass, our awareness is combating things faster than anything else. All of us showing up every day and speaking about it and understanding it and grasping it. Yeah, that's it. That's the beginning of it. Beginning of the end for Satan's reign, I would say. KJO writes, "Will the real Erica Kirk please stand up?" As absolute gold. It might take some heat off of the midget horse. Go Max and stay gold. Yeah, I'm struggling now with the different answers. And at first it was maybe confused and maybe aggrieved, but I'm like, you knew how long you were in China for. That's not something you don't just pick up every day and go to China. All right. You know that you weren't there for 2 weeks. You know you were there for 6 months, and you should just tell me what you were working with, who you're working with, so I can not have to constantly turn to the public for stuff. But you know what? Public is way more reliable. 10 out of 10 would recommend the decentralized intelligence agency, because we don't go after kids, right? We actually defend kids and protect kids, which should be our natural inclination. If we are a society worth existing, our inclination should be to take care of the elderly and to make sure that children are protected from predators. And apparently that's not the inclination, left and right, of the people that are elite. Candy Caddy lastly writes, "When Baron is on, please play a video clip and, quote, forget to put it on the screen for us so that we can watch a video like we do on his show." Okay, not sure what you're talking about there, but I do think that we have to. What was that commenter who wrote? Was it Joe? Oh gosh, I was laughing so hard. If you guys have not seen that, Baron Coleman lost his cool on Joe, a commenter on his show. It was just absolutely brilliant and hilarious. And he just dragged Joe into, because she was doing the whole Mitch Snow abused women 20 years ago. How dare you listen to anything he has to say about Fort Huachuca? And he was like, let me explain to you how rational thinking works, Joe. And I would not be able to do it justice, but watch it when he just completely rips Joe. Don't be a Joe. You can be, actually, your name can be Joe, but you don't want to be a Joe in the comment section, if that makes sense. Anyway, we will have so much for you this week. Like I said, we have all new, fresh leaks from Turning Point USA, and things are getting interesting. We'll see you tomorrow.
It's best to keep your mouth shut and not defend yourself. I ain't no lawyer. I don't want to be no lawyer.
I can't help myself, sorry.
All right. I figured out how to put it in the description now. I learned how to do it.
And I was wrong. You can't access it from the back screen. I tried. Remove. Song time?
So basically, the world's gone to hell in a handbasket, and the devil's on the bicycle right now. I don't know.
Hang on. I got a sound effect. Oh, I should have been playing with these during the thing. All right. Would you like me to play the song again before we depart?
Yes, I would like to hear Brandy's poem again.
Looks like we made it. Ready, spaghetti? Actually, I need to boost it. Hang on.
Just one more again. Let me share this first real quick though. Let's put our I've got a link for I want to show y'all this. Hold on a minute. I'm gonna put it, I guess, in the comments. We could throw the store link up there, maybe. Let me put the store link up in the corner.
There's the QR codes in the media assets.
Okay. Oops. Not edit, show. Okay, and give me just one moment. I'm gonna go grab this off the counter.
Did you say you were posting a link or not?
Unless you put the QR code up, I see it, but no.
Alright, maybe I should play the song while we're waiting. I don't know. I can't see any links for her.
She said she'd be right back, so I don't
Here
know.
I am. I'm back. Okay, I'm gonna put my camera on for a second. Okay, I wanted to show y'all these candles again. They're linked in the store. Brandy's 3-wick candles. They're intention candles. They're loaded with herbs and crystals. So as you burn it, you'll be able to pick out lots of prizes. And
how much are they?
30. And then we have the detox tincture. And that has got wormwood, black walnut hull, and cloves. That's the master compound for removing parasites, heavy metals, all the things. And the charcoal and zeolite tablets to go with it to work as a binder and use these together. And you can access both of these in the store.
Do you have the pain one? The pain tincture?
No, I don't have it loaded yet, but I'm working on it. I've got to get it bottled. It's been stewing. It's been brewing.
What essential oils are in the
It's got
candle?
the pain tincture has got wild lettuce extract, wild lettuce, California poppy, lavender, and passion flower extract. Yeah.
And what essential oils are in the candles, Brandy?
In that one is chamomile.
Chamomile. I don't know what kind of crystals are in it. I can't remember. I'm excited to find it. Rose quartz, maybe, I think is what you put in this one.
Yeah, and that one has rose quartz.
But she's made some that's got aquamarine. Like there's different themes.
Yeah.
Too, and different scents. This one is vanilla ice cream. Is that right?
Yeah, vanilla ice cream.
Vanilla ice cream is the scent. Yeah, we've got some
the aquamarine stones with hearts and bows. I'll get them pictures, or we'll get pictures of them.
Yeah, I've got the well, there's pictures loaded of the things that I've already got listed up on the Witchsea store.
Yeah.
But there's more stuff coming.
Huh?
Is there like a little card that explains what the crystals do and shit?
Yeah, I can include that. That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Like there's a description and stuff too. Like on whenever you click on the thing and you click into the product, it'll explain what's in it and like its magical and medicinal purposes.
And like the crystals was the ones that was charged with the first moon of this year.
Yes, she charged them in the moonlight, in the full moon, the first full moon of the season. Yep. Yeah, of the solstice. And then and made moon water and all the oils and stuff, they're all consecrated and blessed. So
I wonder if you can make a QR code for each one so that
I think I can do that.
That'd be interesting. That'd be easy.
Like for each product.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought about that and like putting it on like a little card that's got a description and stuff. I've been just like writing stuff down on paper, like on a slip of paper, like what herbs and what they're used for and stuff so far. But
that's why my mind was blank on that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have to mute because the vacuum's going on again. Put the song on. Pull your hair out. Yeah. Ready, spaghetti. There.
We made it. Not gracefully, not quietly, but honestly, and that counts for something. This year didn't come with a soft landing. It came with nights we cried ourselves to sleep, mornings we got up anyway, and battles nobody clapped for. It took things from us, people, plans, parts of who we used to be, and still, here we are, breathing, standing scarred, but standing. If you're reading this, you survived a year that tried to break you. You carried grief, disappointment, fear, and exhaustion like bricks in your pockets, and you kept walking. That's not weakness. That's strength forged the old-fashioned way, through endurance. So here's to the ones who didn't have a great year but had a real one, the ones who kept going with shaking hands, the ones who learned that growth hurts, healing isn't pretty, and survival is a victory. New year, same heart but wiser, tougher, and harder to kill. We're not starting fresh. We're starting experienced. And that's powerful.
I love it.
I'm so flattered.
I love it. You're a good writer, Brandy. I don't think you realize how good you do write. Sarah's a good writer. Sarah writes some good poetry.
What you're feeling now is what you feel now is what everyone that reads that or read that at the time felt.
Yeah. That's cool. Like I said, that's flattering. Thank you.
Yes. It's beautiful. It's real, you know. I think that's what makes it so good.
No, it's basically honest. That's it.
Yeah. That's what makes it so amazing. Okay. I'm trying to get out.
Tell it like it is.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Well, there's some things to think about in the greater scheme of things. I think we needed a little bit of break from around home. Get the rest of the world's problems for a minute.
Brandy, do you have a date, court date?
Not that I know of yet. I think she had contacted them to see when our next one was, and they haven't responded. So I'll probably have to dig around and find it. There's no hurry, though. Of course not.
No. Assholes.
He had his birthday Sunday, so it was yesterday. Sometime, and turned 8, and we got to have a little video call, and it was amazing. But he's growing up so much, it's just killed me. But I love him. Thinkers.
All right. So I got a mouthful of mango. I'm going to try.
That sounds good. Do mangoes grow naturally there?
No, in Queensland, yes.
But where are mangoes from?
Well, we get them in Queensland from Queensland because the weather's
mango is one of my favorite fruits.
Oh my god, I have 1 or 2 every day. I buy them by the tray, and when summer ends, I cry. I can't get them.
Yeah,
they are good.
When I go to Thailand, I have them freshly cut in like a plastic milkshake container with a wooden skewer and ice. Oh my god, that was watermelon at the end of the day. Can't beat it. Cherries, plums, nectarines, all the summer fruit.
Oh, I love plums. I haven't had them in so long, but I love them.
I love plums too. That reminds me of my mommy for some reason.
Yeah.
Yep. Ugh. Delicious.
We've got apple trees and peach trees here on the farm.
Well, I
usually make some peach jam. I haven't done anything really with the apples yet, other than a couple of pies over the years. But I think next year I want to try to preserve some somehow.
Make you apple butter.
Yeah. My sister makes apple butter. They take a big cauldron and put it over a fire, and the whole family comes over and hangs out and takes all day taking turns stirring it and stuff. It's a whole family event.
Yeah.
But yeah, we've got a bunch of apple trees though. They didn't do great this last year, but I think that they'll do better this year. I think the weather's going to warm up and it's going to be more balanced, hopefully.
It rained every day.
It was too hot last year. It got too hot too early. Like the trees didn't know what to do. They bloomed too early. And then by the time they grew their fruit, it got so hot. And then a lot of the peach trees got infested with worms. We had a lot of problems last year. So we got to try to figure some things out. A bunch of our pine trees are dead up on this mountain too, behind the house.
Oh.
And that's odd. Like
Very
me and
odd.
Dustin went out forage for white pine the other day to make tea, to make my video. Took us forever to find a pine tree. And we had to go almost all the way to the top in a whole big, like whole mountainside of trees, and they were all dead.
That's very odd.
It is very odd. It's something that definitely needs to be noted. I don't know. Somebody suggested I go up and plant some trees this year, and I think I will, but because I'm worried about the hillside slipping off and stuff, like most of that mountainside is pine trees. So, and if they're all dead, then they're all going to start rotting and falling.
Yeah.
And then that's when your mountainside slips off, when the rain hits, when the floods come.
Man, we don't need another one like we had.
My father-in-law's house, the landslide washed it, come off the mountain and took out his living room and front porch.
Yeah.
Like it just completely chopped it off the house, buried it.
It picked our trailer up like it was nothing, picked it up off its foundation, dipped it a few times, and then popped it back up and threw it over into some more. So we lost everything.
Yeah.
Lucky to get out of there.
Everything in the garage was upside down. We had this big air tank, like a big air compressor, and it's huge and it's really hard to move. It takes like 3 or 4 people just to like lift it up, to put it on a dolly to move it around. Yeah. And it was upside down in the front door of the garage, and it had been sitting like in the back side in the corner next to the back door.
Well, the water rushed in on us, and Caleb, he saved all of us. He got the baby out first, got her across to the neighbors, and then come back and out one by one. I don't know how the youngin did it, but he saved everything. Got us out.
Yeah.
Neighbors helped too. It was an ordeal, I'm telling you. But
yeah, we had to swim into Toby and take a ladder and put in his bedroom window. And I took the dog, and then Dusto carried Toby.
Well, so we couldn't even get our pets
because he couldn't get out of his house. It was, the water was all the way up.
We couldn't get our pets that day.
Yeah, they stranded in the bed in the house. They couldn't even get down on the floor because the house was full of water.
Well, barely got them out. They threw a line to them, on the wall, and attached it to a 2x4. And we barely got them out when the trailer got hit by a building, and lodged it loose. But we couldn't get
the scary part for us was where we had that trailer up there on the hill. Like the water didn't come in on us. It took us a while to realize that there was even something big happening. And
that's what happened to us.
The big river, like across the road, the field, it filled up the neighbor's field and come all the way up into their house. And there was those giant propane tanks floating down the river, and then a whole fucking trailer, a whole camper, like RV camper. And I was like, oh my God. So we got in the truck and we went to like come down here and check on his dad and check on the animals, because we lived at a different place at the time. We weren't here with the animals. We didn't know what was going on. And we couldn't get by. It was blocked. The water was all the way up to Jeremiah Post Office.
Yeah.
Like we couldn't get out. And there was no phone, so we couldn't call and check on him. No power.
That's how we didn't know. None of us know electricity.
The scary part was not knowing and not being able to. The last message I got from Leah was, water is coming into the car. I don't know what to do.
Yep.
That was the last message I got from her before the fucking phone cut out.
Well, and I was the one, they put me in a canoe or a kayak and thought that, they could put the baby's bag in there with me. I had my, all my information, all my stuff I needed, my medicine and stuff. And, and I had everybody's stuff in there with me. And as I was going across, because with my MS, I didn't have the strength to hold the line like everybody else. And and I felt I was trying to hold on with my legs to everything, and I remember just taking it, everything just going, the baby's bag, everything. So from 9 till about 6 that evening, that baby didn't have a bite to eat, a bite to drink. I mean, there was nothing. It was getting scary. It's starting, starting like, are they going to get to us?
Right.
We was all just sitting on the side of the mountain, waiting,
just waiting.
Water going down.
When we finally got in to go check on our chickens and stuff, the mud, there was a mudslide behind the barn too. And this is what's weird. The water didn't get up into the barn. So like it stopped right at the outer edge of the chicken barn, chickens and rabbits. But we lost a lot of rabbits because the mudslide that came off the mountain, there was a rock slide and it came and it went under the wall of the barn, and all that mud from the mountain ended up inside the barn.
Yep.
Like it didn't knock the walls down, didn't go around it. It went under the fucking wall and came up inside the barn. So whenever we got there to check on our chickens, it had buried those rabbits that had all those nests and stuff under there. There was only a few rabbits that managed to be out like on top whenever it hit.
Poor animals, like my bed
we
and
lost a lot of baby rabbits, and the chickens were up to their necks, almost like up to their chests and their necks in pure like soft mud. It was a soft mud, and it took 3 whole days for us to take turns shoveling the mud out of the doorway just to get in to feed them.
Yeah, that's how we had to get into our trailer to try to see if
Talk
there was.
about forever cleaning some fucking chickens. I bet it took us fucking forever to clean 70 chickens. Get that mud out of their fur, out of their feathers and stuff. So that, I mean, they were miserable. It was irritating their skin, like drying, making their skin crack. We had some getting infections and stuff. It was crazy.
I swallowed and just looked at our stuff, shook our heads, and
the goats and everybody hit the top of the mountain, so they didn't get affected. But
it was bad. It was a nightmare. I still have nightmares about it. But you know,
I remember learning about, like, whenever I was learning about trauma and like the different forms of trauma that people experience, and I never considered a national disaster being on the list for something that causes trauma, like, because what was more common in the program I was in was sexual trauma or like domestic violence kind of trauma, that kind of thing.
Well, you know,
we were doing these skits one time about like, okay, let's demonstrate like a traumatic experience that's outside of the box, and that was one of the options was natural disasters like tornadoes or floods and things like that. And I don't know, to see that and to see it in our community members and stuff was heart-wrenching.
I mean, it took every bit of security I had left.
It's not the kind of trauma that people generally think about, though, I don't think. You know what I mean?
Not because, you go on. You just go on.
Yeah. you got to make it better. Go on the best you can.
My feet kicked out from under me so many times before the flood that I'm used to it, that it was just like, okay, here we go again.
There's a couple that lived out here in Awesome, and they tell a story about the water. They were in their attic, and the water got all the way up to the rooftops where there was like a foot of head space in the very tippy tip top of their attic. And that's where they got up to. And all that was sticking out was their faces to breathe the air. And they were sitting there telling each other that they loved each other and what a good life it had been. And how grateful they were to have spent this life together. And then the water receded, and like, that's a beautiful story.
Yeah. Oh shit, I was lying. Go fuck yourself.
But now we had a lot of tragedy too. There was a family
inside our
there was a family whose child.
Well, they lost all their kids.
It was 4 children.
They lost
all 4 children to the water, and the parents a few weeks later ended up committing suicide.
Yeah, they just couldn't do it.
Because all their kids, they watched their kids get ripped from their arms and taken by the floodwater.
And it was a horrifying situation. I mean, when we argued, we literally stood in our living room arguing. We had no argument about getting Scarlett out first, to get her out first, get her to dry land. There was no argument with that one. But then we all stood there arguing with each other, going, "No, you're going next. No, you're going next." It was like, our furniture was floating and banging into us, and stuff. It was about 4 foot inside the trailer, and stuff just hitting our legs. And I mean, it was a mess. And we was standing there arguing with each other, like who was going to go next. It was like, "No, you got to go." If you realize, how much you love your family, how much you're going to say, you're going out. You're getting out of here,
Yeah.
Oh, I'm fine. I'll ride this washer. You know,
Right?
I'll ride this washing machine. I ain't going nowhere.
Still myself in the dryer till it's over.
I mean, we went back in, and once you see though the furniture just covered in mud and upside down, and I mean, we walked in the bedroom, and the bed that the baby literally we pulled her out of it to bundle her up and get her out. She was still asleep when we realized what was going on. You know,
It's a good thing you realized.
and mud. It would have killed her. You know,
Yeah, there's a lot of people that didn't realize that it was on them before they knew it.
That's
Because it
what
happened in the middle of the night.
as soon as the Wi-Fi was cut out, we had no phone service, and there was no way to notify to let us know anything was going on.
Jesus
So
Christ.
it was a scary.
When you're that cut off, because you rely on your phone for everything nowadays. Like, I think my children would have a conniption if they got it. They couldn't get Wi-Fi. Like, we went traveling down the South Island of New Zealand a few years back, and I had to like buy a portable Wi-Fi with the rental car.
It was comical during the flood. We would go when we got out of the water and got to where we was out of the way of worrying about drowning. We had no electricity. I say the electricity was still on at the place we was staying, but they didn't have no water, so we couldn't get cleaned up, and it was a nightmare. So we caught rainwater to do that. And then the next day they got the water kind of going, which was a good thing, but the electricity kicked off. So, we went, 2 weeks, almost 3 weeks, wasn't it, Ty? People, some without electricity, without water.
We didn't have water for about a week and power for a couple of weeks.
Yeah,
We used a generator for power to run the refrigerator, but for water, I had a little kiddie pool in the yard. That was before I bought my first pool.
Yeah.
Since I got out, and I had like a little, like it was a foot deep, and we took baths in it.
Well,
I'm
we
so
collect
glad that
buckets.
you had this, because that was the only clean water we had. We flushed the toilets out of it and everything, but it took probably about 4 or 5 days to get our water back on. And we had a well, and we still, because there wasn't no power to run the pump, like we still didn't have water, like even though we had a well.
So, like when the water came back on, was it murky and horrible?
No, because it came up out of my well. I think it probably would have been in the city water. Anybody on county or city water, I'm sure the quality was not good. But where we were up on the mountain there, the only thing stopping our water flow was the power. We weren't able to pump it. Brandy said her phone died, so she's going to say goodnight.
No problemo. Actually, I
No
have
problemo.
something to show you.
I've got a bunch of pictures and videos, and some of Brandy's too, pictures and videos from the flood to share. And I need to film you a little video of our little awesome grocery store here, because they took pictures of the rebuilding at the awesome IGA. They're amazing down there. I love this little grocery store. But they took pictures, and whenever because their store got absolutely destroyed, but they were still like one of the number one people in the community to stand up and like do for the community first. The way the community came together to rebuild was amazing. But they took pictures from the flood and the rebuilding efforts and stuff, and that's what their store is decorated with, like all around the top banners, like of their store. Instead of having advertisements and stuff, they've got pictures of our community members. My daughter's papa is up there.
Huh.
Yeah, it's neat.
Oh yeah. After we finished our chat yesterday, I went out and watered my garden, and this is what I found. Yep. Let me make it big. Alrighty. Ready?
Not many people believe me when I say I have a
You
plague
hear
of
that?
snails.
Yes, I can hear it.
I've come outside to water my garden, and this is what I find. Okay, let me turn on. Hey Siri, Lumos. Oh, I don't think it works with goddamn video on. All right, you ready? So my lawn. Let's look closely, shall we? Can I zoom that in? No, that zoomed out, did it? Fuck. Oh, there we go. There's one. Okay, so we are beside my foot. 1. I know this because I stepped on half of them. 2, 3, 4. One, go forward. Oops, sit on another one. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 15,
Have you tried setting a trap for him?
16, 17. Oh, look, there's a couple.
I've tried
19.
traps.
We're doing
I've
that
tried
one.
everything.
It's littered. Okay, they're everywhere.
Yeah.
I cannot take one step in my backyard. Oh, look, there's 2 at my feet. Freaking hell. Gross. Looks like I'm snail hunting. Damn it. Okay, y'all. Not many people believe.
Hey, y'all. Who do you think you are?
Do what?
Me. My commentary is like, hey, y'all.
Hey, y'all.
And then I fucking had a shower, and this is what I. Hang on.
Okay. Get myself back in here where it's warm.
Oh man, my
It's so cold outside. I probably need to light the heater in here.
We've got like 20-day stretch with no rain. None. All right. You ready?
Do what? Yeah, I'm ready.
The new go-to chill spot. Honestly, their latest obsession is this porcelain broom.
That's my big boy while I'm in the shower. And yes.
But you know, it's not just chilling. This one's got to look like they're judging every single life choice you've ever made. Like, what do you even want, human?
He's asleep in my fucking sink.
And when they're not too busy giving that side eye, our friend is just catching some seriously deep Z's in there.
I
He
love
has
them.
to sleep in the sink while I'm in the shower. Why are my cats so weird? Oh my lord. Oh. Hang on. Hang on. One. Oop. Last one, I promise. This is my baby boy. This is the one that has separation anxiety. As soon as I close the door, he's like,
Come on, cheeky.
Obviously, Karen's not involved.
Come on.
Well, just tell us what you mean.
butthole, butthole.
Come on. Come on. Come on.
That part I get.
Come
Think
on.
about that, though. Yeah, like
Come on.
He does this somersault.
Yeah. That's it.
Felix is fabulous.
Do it. Do it. Do it.
If you scratch him just at the base of his tail, he tries to do a somersault. Like when he was a kitten, he used to do the full somersault, but now he just like curls his head under.
Oh, God, love it.
No.
He's precious.
You are so funny. Yes, you are. You are so cute. Yes, you are.
Cats or something.
Hey, grab
Me
him.
and Brandy watched some cat videos yesterday.
You love mommy?
Wild looking cat videos of cats with wings, like that are being born that have wings. Have you seen those?
No.
Yeah, I'll have to send you some stuff. It's really interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's really cool.
You can grab in my hand.
Cute, don't you?
That's how he sleeps at night. So I thread my arm through his back legs and front legs, and he like grabs onto my arm.
Gosh.
Yeah.
Bless it. I love those kitties.
You holding my hand?
Dusty comes out and lays on my. He'll come out and sit with me, and he'll come out and sit in my lap and snuggle and get pets and stuff. Every time I go outside, just about it.
And
I
then
spend a lot of time outside, though. I spend more time outside than I do inside.
If I don't pay him attention, he jumps onto my chest and he sits his ass right under my chin. Yep. Tail over the face and sits his ass right there in front of me. Like, you're not going to ignore me, bitch.
Right.
And if anyone else, like if I have a girlfriend stay over, and because that's his spot, that side of the bed, he will just run up and down, like jump over the bed, over them, and do the same thing to them. Little turd. All right. I got to get organized. My baby girl is coming for dinner tonight.
Do what?
So my youngest is coming over for dinner tonight and to watch the new Game of Thrones series on HBO, the Knights of the Seventh Kingdom. So we're going to do a blush and lay in bed and watch it and eat some nice schnitzel and salad. Delish. It's too hot to cook.
Yeah. I feel you.
Yeah. Salad
We have a lot of light meals through the summer whenever it's hot, too. We like to eat
I
light
live on that. And fruit salad, just
Yeah, we have like a lot of pasta salad, cold dishes, cold soups, things like that. I'm a soup girl. I love soup. Hearty, heavy ones in the winter, chunky ones, and then like cold squash soup or something, or zucchini soup in the summer.
I make a chicken and sweet corn soup like the Asians do it. Absolutely beautiful. And it's the easiest soup to ever make. It's so easy. Not believe. Like every time I get a roast chook from the supermarket, I actually like use the carcass and make up a stock. Add some onions to it and let that boil down until the onions pretty much dissolve.
Yep.
Add your chicken back that you've pulled off your leftover chicken. 2 tins of creamed corn, chopped spring onions, and then at the very end you just bring it to the boil and you stir in a couple of egg whites. Done.
Ooh, that sounds good.
Yeah, it's delicious.
I like
that white swirl in it with the proper Asian one. Yeah. Just stir that into it.
I love egg drop soup. Have you ever had egg drop soup?
Yeah, but I like it.
It's pretty common in our Chinese restaurants here, but you make it, it's like chicken stock, like flavorful chicken stock with, and you take your eggs and you scramble them up, like, beat them together, your yolks and whites together, and then you take like a fork or just pour them from like a measuring cup or something, but you just barely drizzle it in on top of the boiling chicken broth. And when you do it, just barely, like, it cooks it in little slivers, like almost like noodles.
Yep.
And you eat it with soy sauce and fried wonton.
Japanese.
You can take like egg roll wrappers or wonton chips and deep fry them and use that as your crunchy instead of crackers. And oh my gosh, yeah,
that's what
we have in our Chinese restaurants around here. I don't know if that's really Chinese or not, but
that's Japanese over here. That's like a sukiyaki type of
okay.
You cook the thin sliced beef and veggies in a broth. And you heat it up that much, you crack
it
into
similar
it.
to something like that, except this is just made with eggs. It's just the eggs and the broth.
Oh. Well, that's exactly what I do with the soup, but I just use the egg whites, not the yolks. And that
cool.
And it gives you that white swirl.
Yeah.
And it's so
What
easy.
kind of stock did you use, though? What?
You buy a roast chicken from your supermarket, the pre-cooked ones.
Yeah.
And you take the out. have your lunch with it, and then just shred the bones, like shred the meat off the bones when you're done, like leftovers. Put the carcass in and make the stock. Take the bones out, put the chicken back in, and add some onions and just let that simmer until the onions pretty much dissolve. Just slowly, with, some
I made
salt.
chicken in the crock pot the other day, and I used the bones and made chicken stock, 2 jars of it, 2 quarts of it, and canned it and put it in the fridge for future use.
You have to use the bones. You don't get a stock
Yeah,
otherwise.
the bones is what makes the good stuff. That's where it's at. Yeah. I love making chicken in the. I love my crock pot. Period. I love to just do dump meals where you put all the ingredients in, put the lid on it, turn it on, and go to bed, and it's done and ready when you need it. So yeah, I love crock pot meals and easy. Yeah, that's how I managed to be able to be so lazy and still feed my husband hearty, nutritious food. My crock pot is a big player in that.
I get my disability worker she cooks, like one day she'll do like a protein, so she'll do like chicken and garlic pepper chicken, and so we'll freeze 4 meals of that, and then the next one she'll do a rice one, the next one she'll do stir fry veggies, so like I just mix and match. It's great.
I'll take and do we'll do like taco chicken, and the first nights we'll have like soft tacos with chicken or something, or enchiladas with chicken, and then I'll take whatever's left and I'll add like corn and beans and stuff to it, and either make tortilla soup or a bean dip, and we'll have that again on like the next night and change it up slightly until we eat it all up, so that I don't have to wait. Yeah.
Have you made bean salad?
What is it?
4 bean salad.
Yes, I love that.
Yeah.
7-layer dip, all the bean salads. I love all the beans. I'm a big bean girl.
Bean salad, coleslaw, garden salad, beetroot, baby corn.
I love salads too. I don't really so much in the winter though, because I feel like I can taste like the difference from the grocery store.
Yes.
That there's something off about this food in the winter here. Like, we're not supposed to be eating these things. It should not be that. I don't know. It just feels fake to me. So I don't get into the salads as much. They're not as good to me as whenever I can pick the lettuce out of my own garden.
I used to grow my own.
I'm very big on seasonal living.
Yeah.
Like I'm fine with only having certain foods for certain times a year.
Yeah.
Like, and then like you get your fresh tomatoes, you get to enjoy your fresh tomato and mayonnaise sandwiches and stuff, like whenever they bloom. But then you can still have tomatoes in the winter, but it's going to be, canned and preserved.
Or relish.
Yeah, but I'm fine with a few foods like salsa. Like, we make salsa once a year, and I look forward to that like 2-week period, 3-week period where I get to make fresh salsa with fresh peppers and fresh tomatoes, and everything's just so good. Like, I could make it out of my canned and preserved food or stuff I get from the grocery store, but it's never going to be as good. So I'm fine with like saving that for once a year. You know what I mean?
Yeah. This is guacamole season for us.
Yeah. Like, I love
avocado, tomato, onion, lime juice.
Yeah. Which our avocados are about the same year round anyway. They all come from the same place.
They just taste better in this time of year.
Yeah, that's something that I love through the winter, though, to add like some freshness and brightness to my meal that doesn't taste fake and like it's smothered in pesticides and plastics. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I love my avocados. The richness and the fattiness of it. Like, I eat them in so many things. I put them on my sushi. I make avocado toast.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I make salsa with chunks of avocado in it. I love the guacamole.
Mashed avocado with poached eggs.
I'll season it with all sorts of different things. Sometimes I just eat it like avocado sliced up on cottage cheese or in rice or on the top of a sandwich. I just love my avocado. I eat it
with some salt.
Yeah, it's so healthy too. It's so good for you.
Oh, yes. I actually just bought 2 for dinner to add an avocado to my salad, but they're rock hard. So I stuck them out in the sun.
So apparently there is something I need to look up and do a little more research on this. I've been planning to try it, but you can take the pit of an avocado, which is, everybody should know, the pits and the skin. Avocados in general are poisonous to most pets, like straight up toxic to most pets. So don't let your pets have it or get around it.
Yeah.
If they tolerate it, then they're probably like an anomaly. It's very dangerous. Avocado is for pets, but the avocado pits can be very beneficial to human health.
The pip.
Medicinally. Yeah, but you process it, and I think you have to make a tincture with it. I'm going to look more into it. That's my next project to dig into, is the avocado pit and its benefits.
I've got a really good roast veggie recipe that I made up once from just, how you go through the bottom of your fridge and right, I got to cook that shit up because I hate wasting food.
Yeah, let me see what's in the drawer. What's in my veggie drawer that needs to go in the crock pot?
So, what did I have? I had an onion, which I just diced into large dices.
Yes.
I had mushrooms. I had capsicum. I had tomatoes.
What kind of mushrooms do you have over there?
Pretty much anything that
maybe you get the standard white button mushrooms and shiitake and stuff like that.
Yeah. Yep, you get shiitake, enoki.
The enoki.
Oyster.
So that's not as common here, but I love them. I would like for people to try more mushrooms. Yeah.
I love onion.
Eat the mushrooms.
Yeah.
Like even the ones that aren't classified as magic mushrooms, even the ones that aren't psychedelic are still medicinal. Every single last one of them.
Oh,
they
I
have
love
such benefits for the human body. It's almost like they are part human, or like we are part mushroom, or something. Something weird is going on there where we just fit together, like the hand just fits in the glove.
Yeah, you know what it is?
What
We're
is
all kept in the dark and fed on shit.
Ain't it? Right? That's the truth. That's true. But do you know that trees communicate because of the mushroom mycelium networks that goes underground? That's how a mother oak tree can communicate to her great grandchildren 5 miles away. She can tell it like a storm is coming, or there's a blight, or there's predators.
Okay.
And it does it through the mycelium under the ground. They send signals and hormonal impulses, electrical impulses through the mycelium, through the mushrooms that grow around these trees. And they pulse it into the ground. And the mycelium network is so vast. And almost everywhere you step on this planet, you are stepping underground will be some sort of mycelium. So it transfers those messages. And it can go from species to species in mushrooms. It's not like if you step on a liberty cat mycelium, or if it tells that, it's not just going to go to the liberty cat mycelium. It's going to transmit that same message throughout all the myceliums of all the mushrooms in the world. So it's they have almost like a hive mind. They're connected at all times. And it makes me think of consciousness. How we are individuals, but we're still connected to something greater.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes, there's that energy.
We are so similar to mushrooms. Mushrooms are mind-blowing. Lion's mane is good for your brain health, for memory and focus and recall and things like that. I've got a mushroom blend in the works. And it's blend for people who have ADHD that don't want to take Adderall or Ritalin or any of the medications, all the things that my mommy said absolutely no to. She was right about almost everything else, so I feel like I should listen to her on that too and find a better solution. And I think the mushrooms are the answer. So I've been making some extracts and tinctures of these nootropic mushrooms that work on brain function and brain health, like reishi, shiitake. Yeah, we are about to dig into a whole new world of the mushrooms.
Can you have something that gives you more energy?
Yeah. Yeah, they all do. Especially the lion's mane and chaga and turkey tail is good. I don't know what grows down there around you though. I need to do some research about where you're at.
No, I'll pay you to make me shit.
Well, yeah, I mean, I will definitely like make you the tinctures and things. I will absolutely do that, but I want to do the research, like, because this is something else that's amazing with herbs and mushrooms, fungi, and things like that. The way that it works with the body, and bee pollen, honey. Did you know if you have severe allergies, that if you find local honey sourced from bees in your area where you live,
Yeah,
you
I
are
can
you
get
are
that.
in tune to your environment, and so are those bees. You eat their honey, that will cure your allergies. That will help your allergies. But that's scientific fact.
Well,
And
I know the Manuka honey
so,
is
like,
one.
it matters. You know what I mean? Like, your location matters
Yep.
in your bioenergetical field.
Mm.
Yeah. So I want to look into like what's around you, what kinds of there's benefits to all of them, and every human being can benefit from every mushroom. You know what I mean?
Well, I do love mushrooms.
But there's something to be said about your local flora and fauna, that your body is tuned to your environment. This is something really cool. One of the coolest things I ever learned about herbalism is, if you're unsure or you're just like starting to dip your toe into it and you're not sure where to start, is to smell of them. Open the jar, stick your nose in the jar, or, order some samples, smell of the herbs. Whichever one smells the most delicious to your body is the one that's going to benefit your body the most. That's the one that your body needs the most. It's just like how pregnant women will crave odd things like the taste of coal or dirt. Like, it's because your body is lacking something that is in that substance,
What do you
right?
crave?
Your body knows. That's your primal instinct, your survival instinct. Your body knows what it needs. So
What
it's
did
going
you
to smell
crave?
the best to you. And something else cool is you can take a seed of a vegetable, a plant, a herb, whatever it may be, put it in your mouth, suck on it, let your saliva like soak into that seed for a few minutes before you plant it. That helps the seed to structure itself in a way that will benefit your body better. It will tailor itself to what your body needs.
Wow.
And that, my friend, is real magic. That's earth magic. Mother Gaia.
Yeah.
She is beautiful. Yeah.
If there's a natural alternative to some of the shit that I have to take.
Yeah. Yeah. That's where I started, was to get myself off of the psych meds. I didn't think I would ever be able to come off of the physical meds, because I was absolutely convinced that I needed Viagra to make my blood flow, that I needed to take these blood pressure pills to keep my blood pressure regulated, that my cholesterol was too high and I had to take cholesterol medicine. I was absolutely convinced that I needed these things to survive. Heart pills, all this stuff. So I thought, okay, I need to decrease what I'm taking. What can go? What's disposable? And I started thinking about my mental health and like looking for other options, better options. So I started with anxiety, and I landed on the Amanita muscaria mushroom. And that is just magic in itself. The little, it's fly agaric, or fly agaric is a form of the Amanita muscaria, but it produces ibotenic acid and muscimol. And the way it works in the brain, it works on the GABA receptors in the brain. And anybody around here that's a drug addict, or that's, been getting prescriptions from the doctor for a while, knows that gabapentin is great for pain, nerve pain, anxiety, all these things, like all these problems that we have in our body, right? They prescribe gabapentin. So turns out Amanita muscaria mushrooms work on the GABA receptors in the brain. It is the natural solution for what the pharmaceutical company tried to replace. So now there's new science coming out. They're starting to do like all these new testing, and I think it started in Canada, a company that does like brain scans and all these like deep scientific studies on other things. They've been studying psychedelic mushrooms and stuff. They decided to take a look at Amanita, and the results are going to be spectacular, I'm sure. Like the testimonies for people, it helps them to get off benzodiazepines like Xanax, Valium, things like that. People are using the Amanita mushroom to get off of the anxiety medications, to get off of the Neurontin and Lyrica and things like that.
Yeah, well, see, I'm on Alexia.
Yeah.
And the oxycodone as well. Plus 2 Endep and Effexor, which is
I used to
supposed
take
to be
Effexor in prison.
Yeah.
We'd snort them.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Like take a little hit of speed. Fucking dumber than hell, but I mean, it's what we
Did they
did.
burn like a mofo?
Did they what?
Did they burn?
No, not the Effexors.
So why did you snort it? Just to absorb it quicker,
To
or
get like a different kind of effect from it, like a rush of speed.
Oh,
yeah, almost like snorting an Adderall or something. I guess I don't know. Not advising it. Like I would not advise it.
No,
There's side effects,
and usually it's not good.
it's not so pleasant of a result. But yeah, that is something that was pretty common whenever I was in prison.
Yeah,
and I did it for a while.
Not Ritalin either.
Yeah, because you're restricted on what kind of meds that you can get in prison, and if you're an addict, like you're always usually looking for some kind of way to feel normal or to feel different than your natural state, which is most of the time pain or traumatized in some way. So like hell, I mean, in jail there was times that we'd snort coffee because where we were so addicted to pain pills, one of the withdrawal symptoms from not snorting your pill every day would be like runny nose and sneezing and stuff. So in order to clear that up, you'd snort a little bump of coffee and it would like clear up your withdrawal symptoms. But that's something people don't understand about addiction is once you're addicted, it's not about getting high. It's about getting normal. It's about getting yourself back to a balanced normal where you can where you can function. You know what I mean? It's not.
There's also a difference.
It's not even about getting high like after the first little bit. But that's only in the beginning.
There's a difference too between physical dependence and psychological dependence as well.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. But I view addiction like as a symptom now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's a symptom of the trauma and my mental health issues that needed to be addressed and that never were addressed properly. So I did the best I fucking could, like trying to medicate myself to get through this show. So like, I don't know. I have a different view of addiction and I don't view all drugs as bad either. Drugs aren't what make people do bad things. Like, yeah, some people do bad things like while they're high and stuff, but people do bad things while they're sober too. And
Absolutely.
People do good things. People that use drugs do good things as well. You know what I mean? Like, it's not about the drug. I feel like the war on drugs is really just a war on people, and that we should be teaching responsible drug use instead of abstinence and you're horrible and bad if you use. You know what I mean? Like, that's not getting us anywhere. Look where we fucking landed from that. That's not helping. And just because like you relapse or something, that doesn't erase all your years of work.
No.
In recovery. And that's what the standard is now. Oh, you got to start back over at step one. Like, no, I don't believe that. I don't believe that for a second. Like, we're looking at it the wrong way. Like a lot of these things that are classified as drugs now should be classified as medicines. They should be classified as God-given nature. God-given nature.
Yeah.
Like the mushrooms, weed. It says in the Bible that I give you every plant that produces seed for food. Like, food is medicine. And we've gotten so warped as a society with this idea that the war on drugs are bad. They're the source of all our problems. No, it's not. Evil is the source of all our problems. Like,
food is a one. This is the
focusing on the wrong thing. They ban mushrooms because they wake people up. They heal your body. They don't want you to heal. Why would you be born with cannabinoid receptors, with endocannabinoid receptors if your body wasn't meant to take in cannabis? Why would you be born with opioid receptors if your body wasn't meant to take in opiates in a natural plant form?
Yeah.
Why would your womb produce endocannabinoids for your unborn child naturally if we were not supposed to consume it?
Yep.
It's a war on consciousness and frequency. Whenever we go back to nature, we raise our frequency. We heal our bodies. We get back to source, back to God, back to our inner gods. And that's what they fear.
You just feel
they
it
ban
yourself.
it. They ban anything that they see as a threat to their way of life. And their way of life is pedophilia and slavery. And we must do as we're told or do as they say. Or you know what I mean? Like,
well, all those toxins and heavy metals and chemicals, they're all barriers.
Yeah, it also detoxes all that shit from the body.
Yep.
And like we were talking about the ketamine, the benefits of ketamine therapy and DMT therapy, they're starting to do IV DMT for 30-minute to an hour-long session so that people can go in and talk to these entities on the other side of the veil. And it's a repeatable experiment where multiple people see it. Everybody that does it and does these experiments, like with the lasers and stuff, did you see that video of the laser, the DMT laser experience?
No.
It's repeatable. Everybody that does the experiment sees the same thing. They set up these lasers. They take a hit of DMT and then they look at it and they can see code, like computer code, alien code in the fucking lasers. They can see through walls and shit through the laser. Like y'all need to go look those videos up. They're all over the place.
Are they the ones that you linked in my messenger?
Yeah, I sent you some last night, I think. But the benefits of these medicines, you know, we have these shamans and medicine people, medicine men, medicine women from ancient times. And we have lost that. We've lost touch with that and what the benefits of what these things really do, these psychedelics. These are of God. These are from God. They are meant to heal our bodies, to heal our brains, to keep us from being in this state that we're in, a perpetual fucking this illusion that we live in. This shit breaks the illusion. And that's all there is to it. It rewires the nervous system, rewires the brain, helps you unpack trauma. The benefits are just, I can't say it enough.
Yeah, well, look,
while it is illegal to buy mushrooms in Kentucky, like the laws are different in different states, but you can buy liquid cultures and they do grow naturally out of the ground. Just do some research and you'll find them in your yard. God gave these things. Nobody can take that God-given right from you. You know what I mean? Like, go out there and pick you a fucking mushroom and eat it.
Can you see the screen?
Yeah. I haven't seen this. I always use True Blue Genetics. They're really reliable, and I've never got a contaminated batch from them or anything.
True Blue Genetics.
How much are the prices on that, I wonder?
Oh.
You can look at it later. I'll click the link later. $55 for a 3-pack. That's not bad. True Blue is like $15 and you get one syringe.
True
Blue. And you can buy the grow kits online. You can buy the grow kits on Amazon or
I just did a Google search on that mushroom strain you were telling me about.
Sport is good. There's a lot of good websites that sell, you know, the mushroom growing kits, the spawn kits and stuff.
True Blue Genetics website, yes. Is that it?
Yep, that's the one.
So which one do I buy?
I've got me a code for that. So whenever I make my mushroom video later on, it'll probably be tonight or tomorrow. I'll get it posted. I already got the video made. I just got to put the text and stuff to it. I want to put a lot of good, like, factual science in with it.
Yeah. So which one do I get?
You can get the best. I would suggest starting with something like True Albino Teacher or the Golden Teacher. Those are a great place to start. They dip your toe in the water without being too intense, but still giving you a profound enough, like, experience that you're going to be like, okay, there's something to this.
Christ.
It's almost like when you eat the mushroom or when you take the mushrooms, they communicate.
Did
with
I
your
mind fuck?
brain. They communicate with your consciousness in a way that you have not been able to tap into.
Jedi mind fuck. Really?
Yeah, Jedi. That's a good one, actually. I've had the Louis Vuitton. We've done Louis Vuitton, Penis Envy, the Mexican albinos.
Cock penis envy? What the
Yeah,
fuck?
there's one called Penis Envy. There's one called Mexican albino, True Albino Teacher, or Yeti. That's a good one.
Albino thrasher.
Yeah, there's all sorts of species. That's why I said they grow all over the world. Every
Did you say
continent has these mushrooms. Every continent grows these mushrooms in your backyard. The psilocybe cubensis.
Golden teacher? Was that the one?
Mm-hmm. My first one was that True Albino Teacher right down there under it. I had the TAT number 1 was my first one.
So which one do you recommend for me?
Either one. Either one is great.
Let's have a look.
And they both are easy to grow for your first flush. And it comes to like $15, but if you pay in cash, you can get a discount. And if you pay with crypto, you can get a discount.
Oh, I don't know.
And there's also a discount code there. Whenever I get my affiliate link, I'll have a discount code for you all.
Yep. Okay. So they just
and you can also sponsor someone. They have a scholarship program here. So if you can't afford to buy your cultures, you can apply to receive a scholarship where somebody else sponsors your first experience, and they will send you your first mushroom batch, your first mushroom culture.
Hell yeah.
So I try to donate a couple of bucks to it every time I order. Like, I've not been able to sponsor a whole person all at once, but because everybody needs this. Everybody needs to take mushrooms at least one time in their life. Period.
Well, if it does the same thing, because I've been told that, I need to have like a 10-day ketamine infusion in hospital, which is like $9,000. Yeah?
Yeah.
If I can
And ketamine is made in a lab. I mean, it's extracted and rendered in a lab. Yeah. Mushrooms grow right out of the ground the way God intended it to be. Ketamine's going to give you the same benefits, but you're also taking on risk that it came from the pharmaceutical company.
Yeah.
So that's something
but if I can get even some kind of
look, you can get your shiitakes, even your these golden oysters, pink oysters. Those are culinary mushrooms. Those aren't magic mushrooms. So you can buy you can buy them for any kind here at the site. The blue meanies, those are awesome.
So you just have to buy the kit to grow it. Is that right?
Yeah, you'll get your spore from here. You cannot buy your kit at the same place that you buy your spore. Okay. You'll have to go on like Amazon or somewhere else, or North Spore. North Spore is a great company, and it's always like sterile. That's something your environment needs to be sterile. Your bag needs to be sterile. Your tools, whenever you inject or inoculate your spawn, your culture, when you squirt it into like your rice base or your mushroom bag or whatever, there's a process. You want to spritz everything with alcohol and wipe it down, and then use an alcohol swab and wipe the end of your needle, your syringe, before you inject it into the bag, because one little spore of mold can contaminate your entire batch of mushrooms.
Yeah.
And it sounds scary and makes it kind of intimidating, but it's really not. Like, you'll have success the first time as long as you just clean it good.
Look,
just clean your area, just like if you were treating a wound. Treat it as if you were a human. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I can do sterile field. That's fine. I've done this.
Yeah, just clean it and inoculate it, and that's why it matters where you get your grow
and you
bag.
basically keep it in the dark.
Is a good one, and so there's a couple on Amazon that are really good. I'll put some links up later. I have some affiliate links for them.
In the dark and warm, yeah. Because
I've
got the
not too warm. Not too warm. I like a little bit cool. Like, I keep mine I keep my cultures, my liquid culture, in the closet, in my apothecary closet, and it's really cold. But whenever they're growing, when I inoculate the rice bags, they stay in a drawer in the kitchen where it's really warm. But then whenever I put them into the tub to grow, they go into my bedroom where the temperature's like maybe 5 or 10 degrees different. It's a little bit cooler in there, and it stays darker in there most of the time because there's always a curtain open.
Grow lights or anything?
Yeah. You can, yeah. Whenever it's time for them to fruit, like when it goes, once your mycelium takes over the cake, you get a mycelium cake, you can start to either, you can fan it, you can like put it out in the sunlight for a few hours a day, or you can put a grow light on it, and that will make them like have, it'll make them burst into, into
I've
like
got
a
all
better
the tray. I used to make
There's some
microgreens.
temperature tricks too with that. Like that's why I move them from room to room, from stage to stage. Like the temperature triggers certain phases in their growth.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like if you take it from, like if I take it from the drawer in here too soon and put it in my case and put it in the bedroom too soon, then it might take longer for me to get my fruiting bodies out of it than if I will wait until like it's fully developed, the mycelium is ready, and then move it. And then the temperature change will trigger it into fruiting and growing the pinheads and stuff.
So from one of the syringes, how many mushrooms do you get out of it?
You can take one syringe, you can take one syringe and make 20 jars of culture.
Oh. What, is it a concentrate, is it?
It's alive. It's a live being. So it comes like in a liquid, and it's usually in corn syrup. You can take corn syrup and distilled water in a mason jar.
Yep.
And you're going to like bring it to a boil for 10 minutes, kill all the germs and stuff, make it sterile, and then let it cool down, take your lid off of it, and then take and inject your liquid culture in, just squirt it right into that jar. And it's going to multiply and fill that jar up with culture. And then your one syringe just became 50 syringes in a matter of a couple of weeks. But you can also just buy it one syringe at a time and inject the entire thing straight into your inoculation bags. It depends on how you want to do it.
And how many
I
mushrooms
have
do you
different
get?
strains that I've like collected from the wild in my closet that grow in jars. Like I'll bring in, like whenever I find a good species in the wild, I'll take, you can cut them open, take a piece of their stem on the inside and put it into a jar of, here, let me show you. Hang on a minute. Let me go get it. Drop it into a jar of corn syrup, of sterile corn syrup water.
So how many mushrooms do you get out of an inoculation bag?
I grew this out of the forest. You see all that?
What's that?
That's chunks of mushroom mycelium. That started with a sliver, one sliver of a piece of a mushroom. And I've grown 4 flushes out of this so far. 4 full pans of mushrooms out of this so far. Off of one sliver from one mushroom. You can grow culinary mushrooms like that from the grocery store too. You can take your white button mushrooms, slice them open, take a piece of that, take your sterilized corn syrup, drop it in the jar, sit it in a cold closet, and forget about it. Come back in a few months, you're going to have chunks of mushroom mycelium that you can place into agar jars or grow bags. Or
so how many mushrooms
ready
do you
rice.
get out of a grow
I
bag?
use ready rice most often, long brown rice, or I'll sterilize long brown rice myself on the stove and put it in my own jars and then inoculate that with the pieces of the mycelium, these chunks that it's grown.
So how many mushrooms do you get out of a grow bag?
A lot. I don't know. You can usually get multiple flushes too. Like once you pick them, then you're going to get another couple flushes that grow up out of that mycelium.
So for me to have
it's a good investment. The $15 is a great investment. Yeah, you will have medicine. Dusto spent, whenever I very first started doing this, he gave me the money to buy it. I spent like $20 at their store with shipping and everything. It was like $22, I think. And I had medicine for over a year.
So how
over
many
a year,
days?
and that was microdosing like every other day. You know what I mean? Because that's how I do it most of the time. I microdose. I don't take enough to trip on every day. I just microdose whenever I feel like I'm getting a little brain fog or I'm not feeling so good. I'm not feeling as sharp. My memory's a little off. Then I'll take me a little microdose, and that gets me through. So
to do the reset though for your pain.
For the reset, about once every 6 months.
So how many days in a row do I have to?
They just last about 6 days, 6 hours. Whenever you take them. When you take a full hero dose, you take a hero dose, you're going to rock for about 6 hours. You can even lay down and put an eye mask on and do it asleep. You don't have
Don't I
to.
have to do that for a few days to reset?
You don't even
my
have to be up for it. You can take them and go to bed.
But don't I have to do that for a few days to reset the pain pathways?
No. And the main part about it is the integration. It's what you learn while you're on your journey and how you integrate it and place it into your life and your everyday living after that. That's going to make the changes to address your pain. It's going to teach you how to heal your body one step at a time.
One dose will
show you one step at a time the little changes that you need to make that's going to make the biggest impact for your health. That's what's amazing about it, is like it speaks to your body in a way that your conscious mind can't comprehend. But it also opens it up so that your conscious mind can see what it's doing. You know what I mean? Oh, it's
so should I have someone here with me for the first time I do it?
You can, yeah. You can. I wouldn't suggest taking a hero dose for the very first time. I would suggest taking a microdose and then leveling it up a little bit. You can even find gummies online where it's already dosed out for microdoses. You can buy the gummies that's already or chocolate bars and microdose it like that. And you start with one piece, and then you see how your body feels it. You just introduce it to your body.
What is that?
And you let your brain and your body okay, I see you. You know what I mean? That way it's not such a shock whenever you take a bigger dose and something new happens. You know what I mean? It's not going to freak you out or be crazy.
What do I have to search for that?
Hang on a minute. Let me find. If I knew where my phone was, that would help me. Here it is.
So what is it? Mushroom gummies. Because I wouldn't even know what a microdose is. I'd probably take 5 mushrooms and float. Mushroom Gummies Australia. Okay.
A microdose is 0.2 to a half of a gram.
Chaga mushroom supplements.
Now, chaga, that one is not a magic mushroom, but the health benefits of chaga is amazing.
Natural
I've got a product coming out that's going to have the pure powdered chaga in it.
All right. What's Wonder Mushrooms, Uncle Frog's Mushrooms, Magic Mushroom Gummies? Is that the one I want?
Maybe, yeah. I don't know about over there.
Top 5 mushroom supplements.
But there are some great resources if you want to do research on the actual mental health benefits and stuff. Check out Psychedelic Passage. That's a good one.
Psychedelic Shop Australia.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Is it legal there to buy them straight up to buy the
I have no idea. Buy Magic Mushrooms Online Australia. Here we go.
Because I know it is some places, so.
Okay, so we're in the shop. DMT. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
That's what I was telling you about. They take that and then look at the lasers and.
Oh dear.
Blow their own minds.
All right. Oh dear. What the?
And now there's some places that the mushrooms aren't legal, but the mushroom truffles are, where you can buy the mycelium.
DMT, that's
the mycelium. And most of the time I'm having mycelium tea. I don't have enough patience to wait for a whole flush. So.
Oh dear. Yeah. Dimethyltryptamine. That's the DMT stuff, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. There's some different forms of it looks like.
liquid.
That one says mescaline liquid microdose on that bottle, but it says DMT crystal freebase. I think they've got the wrong picture on it. Mescaline is what's in the amanita mushrooms. They've just mislabeled that. That might be a red flag. Red flag that site. We don't know yet. Could just be a mistake, but it might be a red flag. You got to be careful with this kind of thing, you know? Nowhere.
In the paper. What's that?
That's 5-MeO. That is the lab-made DMT. Now, I was telling you, DMT is produced in the human brain. We have it naturally. So does plants, and so does animals. But the 5-MeO is a lab-made synthetic DMT. I don't know how they make it. I do not have the answer for that. But
looks like
it's made in beakers and glasses, like on a stove, instead of, which the regular DMT too, it's extracted from plants into a stove. Oh, that one's made from the toad venom. Okay, that's what it is.
The God molecule.
But it's the same molecule, like chemically, whenever you put the picture of the molecule up next to a natural DMT molecule of the 5-MeO DMT, it matches up. Like the chemistry of it matches up perfectly. So it affects the brain and the body in the exact same way.
Oh, dear Lord.
It's just
The most
extracted from a
potent
different
psychedelic on the planet. It's one of the fastest acting. Smoking or vaporizing will elicit an experience between 15 to 20 minutes in duration. However, during this experience, you may completely forget that time exists at all.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Lord.
But it's just like it literally lasts for like 7 minutes and it's done.
And you reckon that will help my pain?
Yeah.
Vaporizing cartridge.
Which now the DMT is not going to be as good for your pain as the mushrooms.
No.
It's going to be beneficial, but not as much. The DMT is more for a consciousness shift, to see reality for what it really is.
This site does it all, apparently.
Yeah. But the mushrooms, now that's where it's at. Whenever you're looking for like autoimmune healing, brain healing, body healing, like the brain fog, the confusion, the pain, the fucking heaviness and fatigue and shit.
Yes,
that's the fucking answer, girl. Yes. I am telling you.
I don't want the THC.
Like, I know it's intimidating and scary for some people to think about, like to embark on a journey like that. They're like, well, what if I don't come back? And that's just not it. And I've heard a lot of people like say, well, can't you be like manipulated or mind controlled or something under the influence of mushrooms? No, you cannot. You can with LSD. That's why the CIA used LSD in their MK Ultra experiments and shit, because you can be manipulated and like ideas implanted into your mind and stuff when you're under the influence of it.
They've got LSD edibles.
You can also buy seeds that like Hawaiian baby wood rose seeds that are legal that contain LSA, and that's the precursor for LSD. It's the natural compound before the CIA got hold of it and tweaked it into LSD. But the mushrooms like that, I mean, that grows right out of the ground with just it's programmed for your body. Programmed for your body.
So what am I looking for? I don't know what I'm looking for.
Psilocybin.
This is the edibles, and I've seen THC and
see, like these right here, like a lot of these, what they label as magic mushrooms, like around in these gas stations and stuff, like in Somerset and Lexington, and these dispensaries, you'll see a lot of mushroom gummies that'll say magic mushrooms, and it does not have psilocybin in it. Psilocybin is illegal to sell like in this form in certain places. So most of those places don't have psilocybin in it. What they have is the amanita and the other nootropic mushrooms like lion's mane, chaga, and turkey tail, reishi, cordyceps, because they all have the same benefits for the brain. It's still going to open your mind in a way that you're not used to. Even the ones that aren't classified as psychedelic. That's amazing. Now, this one does. See, this one's got the golden teacher mushrooms in it.
So each bag contains 1,000 milligrams.
What's
of
your
mushroom.
price on that? 5 of them.
$18.
It's a little high. Hang on a minute. Let me see if I can find you.
That's for a bag.
$18. I thought it said $88. Yeah, $18 not bad. That's a good deal.
For a bag.
Yeah. Get you one of them.
Magic mushroom gummy
And
bears.
you can start with taking just one and then see how you do with it after a day or two. Like, process what happens and like the energy boosts and stuff you're going to get. Feel the benefits without having any kind of upsetness, anxiety or anything about it. And then on your next dose, you can take like 2 or 3. And then
each dose has 100 milligrams. Is that a lot?
1,000 milligrams in the whole bag. So they're 200 milligrams each.
No, 100 milligrams.
With like a half of one, maybe. If you're afraid of it, start with a half of one. If you're not scared of it, go for a whole 1 or 2.
So there's
if you're not scared of it, go ahead and take 2 or 3 for sure. Like it's not going to hurt you.
Each one has 100 milligrams.
What matters most is the way you integrate it after the journey, after the trip. Like, because it's going to teach you things. You're going to learn things that you never even thought about that you needed to learn.
So there's 10 gummies to a bag.
Yeah. That's a couple months worth of microdosing. If you never trip and you just microdose, that's enough to get you through a few months.
So what, half one is a microdose?
But now, yeah, like a half of one is a microdose.
Free shipping. That's not bad, is it?
No, send me that link when you get time.
Yeah.
Look at it. But yeah. This is
I've actually put a couple of links in the chat for you as well. Because
I can take a little syringe and like pull these up and squirt it into a bag of rice, and I'll have mushrooms in a couple of months, 6-8 weeks or so. And this jar, as long as I keep it alive, keep it in a good cool spot where it's not going to rot, or die, then we're good. And I'll have medicine exponentially.
Wonky sweet. Oh no, I don't want that shit. Where do we go? Oh god. Ah. Alright, so we've got chocolate shrooms, cookies and cream chocolate bar shrooms.
Yeah, chocolate shrooms just go together.
Rice Krispie treat shrooms.
Lots of good treats.
Oh, hybrid. Oh no, thanks.
Yeah.
Sea salt, dark chocolate, cherry kush. Oh, it's THC.
That's
lemon and
I like gummies too.
The jelly though. You go have a mystery edibles pack. That'd be a good present.
That would be fun. That would be a good present, would it not?
Yeah. It's only $20 too.
Wish list.
Well, that's Australian, so that's probably about 15 American.
Something I like to do with gummies is I will chop them up, like even CBD gummies are great for this, like the ones that you get at the gas station. Chop them up and melt them in a little bit of hot water and then put them in your drink, like in a lemonade or iced tea or something. So good.
I like iced tea. They've got so many things in here, like stacks.
Yeah.
Holy crap. What's that? Oh.
Charcuterie.
Rabbit hole.
Right?
Microdose capsules.
Porcini mushrooms. That's what that is. Okay. See, there's you some microdose capsules, 100 milligrams. How much did it sell those gummies was? 200 a gummy?
No, it was 100 milligrams per Vita gummy, and there was 10 of them in there, and it was $15.
Oh, okay. I thought it was 5 of them in there. Okay. No. Yeah. So, well, then, yeah, a whole one then instead of a half of one if they're, yeah.
And what, you have it once a week or something, or once every few days?
Yeah.
What the hell is this shit? That's
the peanut envy. That's a strain of magic mushroom.
Yum.
That's like some kind of pate.
Yeah.
I've seen people make mushroom peanut butter, and they'll have like mushroom peanut butter sandwiches, peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. This is like a pate with meat, though, ain't it? I don't know.
Yes.
Porcini mushrooms. Don't work for me. But
so they've got some.
I mean, you got to think about it. Mushrooms are a food. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not a fucking drug. It's a motherfucking food. Eat it like food. Yeah, like we're supposed to. We should be microdosing things in nature. You know, like if we were in the old days, that's what we would be doing. We would be eating this stuff like and getting it naturally, not have to buying it in products because there's regulations and laws and prohibitions on God's creation.
Wow. Penis envy.
They're foods. Yeah.
They got everything. THC, LSD.
Those look good. Yeah. We've got a similar site here in America where you can buy all these things. There's a few sites over here. I think every continent has one at this point.
I've never ever seen this shit. Gummy worms.
Yeah.
250 milligrams. Wow. Oh, all right.
See, they're working on a synthetic version of psilocybin too. Some people
it's
are.
a vape.
And there is this church in Texas that has started feeding DMT to the mushrooms as mycelium. So we're going to see where that goes to.
Get the fuck. This is a vape. Like this comes in fucking.
Yeah. The first couple of times I had DMT, that's how it came. Was in a vape.
Well, that's what I smoke.
It makes everything look like a video game, like you're inside of a fucking cartoon. You're inside of Mario World for 7 minutes. I mean, it's not bad. You know what I mean? It's a really fun experience. It's like the amusement park of substances. Like, you know, you go to Kings Island, you see bright colors and weird characters, and you know what I mean?
$170.
It makes everything look almost animated and robotic at the same time.
Yeah, no.
It's the strangest thing, but it literally lasts for 7 minutes. But now the mushrooms are where it's at. That's where your real change comes from in your nervous system, your brain health, your body, the way you function. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
I've had
DMT is great whenever, like, as a more experienced psychonaut, I guess, or if you're just wanting to dip your toe in and see what the psychedelic world is about. That's a great way to do it safely without getting overwhelmed or getting stuck in a trip for a long period of time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you're just in it for a few minutes and it's done.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but now there has been many people that said, I just lived 10,000 years as a tree. And felt every moment of the 10,000 years. So I guess it's all about your trip, where your mind's at. That's important when it comes to mushrooms. Your set and setting is important. You want to be in a safe, calm, peaceful environment.
Yes.
Where there's good music. If you need somebody nearby, have you a companion nearby to trip sit. Don't really matter if they're experienced or not in trip sit, and just somebody that you're comfortable with to keep you safe, what vital signs, things like that. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tanya will be
10 out of 10 recommend.
My wing
For every person, every human being needs to take mushrooms. Yeah. There are these old ladies and old men that are trying mushrooms and stuff for the first time. There's some YouTube videos about them, and they are amazing. They're amazing. They're like, why have we been fucking avoiding this our whole lives? What the fuck? Like, this is crazy. This is amazing. This is beautiful.
Yeah, no, Tan will be my wing bitch.
And I don't know have you ever heard about ibogaine?
You said something about that last night, I think.
Okay, ibogaine is a psychedelic too. It is a plant. It comes from the iboga plant, and it is used to treat addiction. It can ease your opioid addictions. Like, it will take away the withdrawal symptoms and stuff. You take it. Now, that's like a 3-day trip. Like, you're going to be high for 3 days. You're going to be in on another planet. But, like, you're communing with your ancestors and your spirit team, and you're reevaluating your whole fucking life choices. You know what I mean? And it reprograms the brain in a very similar way to the way psilocybin and DMT does.
So, how do you spell it?
Ibogaine, IBOGAIN. Or it might be A-N.
I missed the
I think it's
start.
like A-I-N. Hang on a minute.
I missed the start of that.
IBOGAINE.
Is there another word for it? Let me do a search on here.
Or Iboga. IBOGA. Iboga.
Iboga.
Mm-hmm. It effectively treats brain trauma. So many things. PTSD. There was recently a FDA study that finally tested psilocybin mushrooms on PTSD, veterans who have complex PTSD. 87% cure rate with one treatment.
Jesus.
One treatment. They've got people on medicine for their whole fucking life and taking therapy and going to counseling and all this shit forever with minimal results. And you can take one treatment of psilocybin, and 87% of people that take it are going to be cured of complex complex PTSD. Like, it ain't no wonder the government banned all this shit.
Yeah.
They're not going to have it here. You have to go. Like, there's only certain places you can get it.
Is it Ibogaine alkaloids?
Much more heavily restricted. Ibogaine is. It's not going to be on this website. You'll have to check a different website. Just type it in your Google bar.
Microdosing.
They have resorts where you go and like you check in. It's like a whole resort with a community of people and doctors and like spiritual leaders, and they guide you through it, and you just hang out there at their facilities. Yeah,
there's a YouTube video on it.
Okay. But there's places in Mexico. I think it's even they brought it to Texas. There's some states, like some certain states, that it's legal. You can travel to those states and take the treatment, and then come. If you live anywhere else. Ayahuasca is legal in Kentucky too. With under certain churches. There are certain ayahuasca churches and psilocybin churches here in Kentucky where you can go in and become a member of the church and go through their, spiritual programs and receive the treatment.
There's a heap of stuff on YouTube.
Yeah.
Heaps.
Yeah, they tried to bring it to Kentucky with a $40 million grant or something. Somebody offered Kentucky $40 million to be able to prescribe Ibogaine in our state, and the state said no because they'd rather funnel our money into the rehab services and Suboxone.
Yeah. PTSD, depression, addiction, restore your nervous system.
Yes. Same benefits as ketamine, same benefits as psilocybin. All these psychedelics, they banned this shit for a reason, and it wasn't because it was dangerous. It was dangerous, but not to people. Not to humans. It's dangerous for the people that don't want you to know what the fuck they're up to in the dark. The ones who are handing out these drugs that's pumping meth and fentanyl into our streets. Opiates. Force feeding them to the population. That's who banned this stuff. There's nothing scary about it, They say like eating Ibogaine is like eating God. I can't wait to get to travel and go and take my Ibogaine therapy.
What, you can't get it over there?
Not in Kentucky.
You can't even order it from overseas?
Mm-mm. You have to go to a facility in a state where it's legal.
Uh-huh.
But it cures addiction. Cures it. One treatment.
Why?
3 days. The worst side effects is like some vomiting and diarrhea. How many times you been dope sick? How many times you been vomiting and diarrhea because you didn't get your pills filled from the pharmacy on time?
No, how many times do I have vomiting and diarrhea?
It's not even like that's their excuse though for not letting it be a free for not letting everybody have access to it. Oh well, there's some side effects. It makes you like vomit profusely and have diarrhea for 3 days. So the fuck what? So does being dope sick. So does being dope sick.
I get it
why
from
would you not
anxiety.
rather be in a different state of mind while you fucking get through the hard shit and reprogram your brain to not need it when you come out of it?
I get that with anxiety, not with withdrawal.
Yeah.
Iboga capsules. There you go, Iboga World. Online. 1 gram.
Yeah, see, it's legal in other places. Like in it might even grow naturally in Australia.
This is just a worldwide.
It
site.
does, like I think in Thailand and places in Africa. I think it grows naturally.
Thailand has everything.
So I mean, like anywhere, like you know what I mean. In more tropical climates, it's more common, and it's legal in places like that because it's part of nature.
I walked into a pharmacy and asked for some Valium because I have the 10 milligram over there. They don't have just a 5. And they offered me liquid morphine. No. Yeah. I get 2 days. I get for you. Sorry, I'm leaving tomorrow. Bye.
Yeah. You know, there are natural opiates too, plants that you can eat that will fill the opiate receptors in your brain and help your pain without the addiction and without the symptoms and the withdrawals and stuff.
As in Suboxone.
Did you know that the plant that contains the most nicotine? What do you think? The plant that contains more nicotine than anything else other than tobacco?
The coffee beans? I don't know.
Potatoes.
Oh.
Potatoes have more nicotine than tobacco.
They make vodka.
So we have rules and regulations on nicotine. Why? Because it's addictive. No, because it flushes toxins from your system and helps your body heal.
Nicotine.
That's why it's banned. That's why it's fucking got restrictions and shit on it. Because nicotine helps your body heal as well. In its natural form. Not like smoking it is bad. Smoking it is always bad. Yeah. Because you're introducing new chemicals and the burnt particles, it changes the chemical composition. So it affects your body differently when you inhale.
What about the rollies, the tobacco?
Like natural, that's much better. Yeah, it's not going to have like all the chemicals and stuff. But now even like the bags of tobacco, that's sprayed with the chemicals and stuff too. So if you're not growing it or getting it from a local source, then it's still going to have some sort of chemical in it. But the benefits still outweigh the risk. When you look at the science behind it, the benefits still outweigh the risk.
This is
that's why the nicotine pouches, like these aren't even the best option either because this is synthetic nicotine. And I don't know what that is. I don't know what anything that's synthetic is usually bad. But the benefit that I get from it, like it helps to flush my body of toxins and stuff and to help the nicotine receptors that we naturally have in our brains. We're born with nicotine receptors in our brains too. We're supposed to take in these substances. It's the government's overreach that has decided that, oh no, you can't have that. You can't ingest this. You can't consume that.
Chaya, look.
That's their dumbass rules. You know what I mean? Like it ain't got nothing to do with nature. Like the things that they have banned heal our bodies.
Look.
It infuriates me. It
goes to the US.
Does it?
Yes, Ibogaine. 1 gram.
Cool.
$76.50.
Yeah.
There you go.
What country is it coming out of? See, now there's the root bark.
Is that better?
Which I think that's what this is too. It's just extracted.
This is the alkaloid.
Yeah, I think it's just extract.
There's different products. So you've got the root bark.
As long as it's extracted from the iboga root bark, then that's all that matters.
Yeah.
Yeah, as long as it's not like made from 15 different chemicals in a lab. Like that's what the pharmaceutical company is trying to do. I think that's why Kentucky said no, because they think they can make a pharmaceutical version of it that doesn't do what the plant's supposed to do. You know what I mean? I think they're just trying to take control of it because they're working on making a synthetic option for it. to give to us in America because apparently we're fucking fake over here. We don't deserve real things, according to our government.
They've
But
got
right
all
there,
those.
the Abigail World root bark, 20 grams. That'd probably be the one I'd go with.
That one.
Yeah.
Oh. Why won't it let me?
They say that it eases the withdrawal symptoms, like, I guess because you're in a different fucking world for a couple days. You know what I mean? Like, you don't realize that your body, you don't even realize that your body's going through withdrawal because you're elsewhere.
Oh.
You're distracted.
So what's that? $89.
To 118. And now, like these resorts and stuff and these clinics here in Kentucky or in Texas, the ones that I've looked at range from like $700 to $800 or higher. Some of them go up to like $2,000 per session. Like where you come and check in, you get a room for 3 days. They feed you and all the things. You have group therapies, you know, like and community meetings and stuff. Integration therapy after the trip is over. You get a medical team and all the things, and it's like $1,500 to like $1,500 to $2,500 is pretty standard. Which you can go to Mexico and do it. I think they do it in Colorado. And Andy Bashir said no. We can't have it. Pisses me off.
Some, as the products we sell are natural and largely plant-based, some may not be allowed in your country. Products of which we know are illegal in your country are disabled from ordering. It is your final responsibility to ensure that all items you order are allowed in your country. We are not responsible for packages due to loss by the shipper or products returned, seized, or destroyed.
So if it gets caught at customs, then it's your loss. You take the loss on it. I wouldn't order from them unless you do your research first.
They disable if you it's illegal in your country. You can't order it. They disable it.
And like in the States, like we have certain states where it is legal and some where it is not. So,
well, this is all in US dollars, so I'm assuming it goes to the States.
I mean, I guess that's what depends on whether customs catches it or not. Is what state it's going to. If it goes to the States, it depends. If it's going to Texas, then they'll let it go through. But if it's going to Kentucky, they ain't no fucking way. You know what I mean? Like I'm giving them all the $80. They ain't going to send me my shit.
I can't order 20 vapes because they won't come through, but I can order 5 times. No worries.
Right. Yeah. Like we have a little site over here where you can order stuff like that. But you can get the DMT vapes and lots of different things. MDMA. I think they're about to legalize that too. MDMA. Which now all these things that are restricted and stuff right now, it is on its way to being legalized. Like we're not going to live in this darkness forever. There's enough people that have learned that this is not something to be hidden from humanity and gatekept.
If you can't get it, I'll order it. Send it to you.
It's not going to be forever. The prohibition won't be forever. I think I even seen that President Trump mentioned psilocybin the other day as like a possible answer for a lot of problems. It might have been RFK. It was one of the two. I don't know. But
that sits nicely. We build them strong in Appalachia, right under.
Absolutely.
Did you see this? Had so much fun.
Yeah.
And then adding all the wispy bits because I had to delete you because they put shit.
There you are. All right. No.
Oh.
think we're both just pushing buttons at this point. I don't know what's going on.
What's Brandy's daughter's name again? Oh my god, my brain. What's Brandy's daughter's name again?
Sarah.
Yes. Oh. Yeah, I had to delete 2 Sarahs and 1 Tyre. So I added all the wispy bits and the smoky bits to cover up where I'd erased them. But yeah, I was pretty pleased with it. All right, darling, I'm going to have to get you go.
Yes.
Because I've got organised din-dins. My daughter will be here any minute.
Yeah, we've been on here for a while this time. It's been a good one.
4.5 hours. Add that to what, the 6-7 hours we did yesterday.
Yeah.
I've done nothing.
Well, I mean, I've been able to get out of the bed all week, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. As we catch up when we can. It's the best we can do.
Yes. So did you still want to do Thursday morning?
Yeah, I think I screwed up the schedule thing.
That's right, I'll redo it. That's fine. I just used the wrong studio.
Definitely. Still want to do Thursday.
All right, I shall set it up.
Alrighty.
And I'll have to resend you the links because we used the same studio, didn't we?
Yeah, I think so.
That was my fault. I was playing around.
Thank you all for coming and joining us this evening.
We got one left. Check out in the chat when you go to the back door chat bit, because that's the only way you can access the links that I've put in there. There's one I've put in there of Chase Hughes. Remember me telling you yesterday about the ex-military guy who's all about human behavior and neurocognitive intelligence, and he makes so much sense. I've tagged you, like I've put a link to one of his videos in the channel, so he's well worth looking at.
Cool.
He's awesome.
Awesome, will do.
Alrighty. All right. Be good. Be good at it. Be good to yourself.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
And be nice to your mum. All right. Love you. Over and out. Hasta la vista, bitches.
Whispers in the shadowed halls, the judge's gavel, justice stalls. Hands that should protect, they take, turn lives to ash, left hearts to break.
But in the silence, voices rise.